Morning, good morning, good morning. Just a quick 5 minutes, last call for coffee and breakfast, and then we're going to get started. So just give you a quick heads up on that. And maybe I'll ask the conference staff, site staff, to help clean up some of the breakfast plates. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good morning, good morning. We'll ask you to begin wrapping up your conversations and to make your way back to your chairs as we look to get started. I want to welcome you to the BCA Assembly of First Nations 22nd Annual Special Chiefs Meeting here in St. Picton Territory, and it is a hybrid meeting, so we have Chiefs delegates and observers joining us online as well. So I'll ask you all to draw your attention here to the podium as we introduce Emery Gabriel, who will help us as the knowledge keeper to get us started, and we'll also have a song to get us started in a good way from Whitney Cardenas. Emery?
Good morning. My name's Emery Gabriel. I'm one of the older people in our community, and they asked me to do opening prayer, and it's my honor to do that. And I'll say something in English, and then I'll mention some things in my own language. So I just want to thank the Grandfather's Spirit, Great Spirit, for getting you all here safely. And we pray that your families at home are safe, no harm comes to them, and you get home safely, and you have a good stay here. This I ask the Great Spirit. Why limlim kulentuten? Yayat sweetie il michums, ichachit, ala ulus, sin pinkten. Limlim kulentuten, yat sweet, ala skich, yayat sweet, chast. Squakwal meka ala die chasta spoostet. Yayat steam chast. Chasta school. Why limlim kolnetuten? Limlim. I'd like to ask Whitney, one of our members, to sing an honor song. Thank you.
Why Haskell Hall and Squeeze Whitney Cardenas and Kimpin and Kintil Simpington. I would like to welcome all of you here today, and I'm grateful that you made it here. Today I will be singing the welcome song, and this is a song that our nation members sang welcoming other nation members around BC and what we call Canada today to our nation. And I hope you all the best and enjoy your conference. Lim Lim. Sorry. Oh! Hi. Hi. Lim lim.
Thank you very much, Emery and Whitney. We turn to the opening blessing. I look to our knowledge keepers, BCAFN knowledge keepers, Dr. Gwendolyn Point, Semple Ann Stewart Gonzalez, and Harvey McLeod to help us with that.
Why Koshkal Halta Peace Nixilch, you squeezed Harvey McLeod, Kintel in Kachmilch. I'm from Colshana, Upper Nicola Band. It's a pleasure to stand here before you to open up our session. I want to thank Emery for the blessing, opening us in a good way, and for the beautiful song sung by Whitney, a beautiful voice. Thank you, Whitney. We have a lot to share, understand, make decisions on our direction going into the new year. I want to thank you for being here, present with us in the Assembly Hall, and the many, many individuals that have joined us online. We know it's a busy time for you in your home nation and for our Assembly, who are also really busy wrapping up the year and getting ready for the new, as you are. And we commend your staff back home for the work that they do. And we commend your family for sharing you with us. That's a difficult decision, and that's something we have to acknowledge and respect, that you have family home that allow you, that make it possible for you to be here, your council, your family, your community. And that we raise our hands, because without that, we wouldn't be able to do the work that we have to do over the next couple of days. And I also want to especially thank our BCAFN team for the preparation of getting us here. Not only working on the agenda, but the beautiful place that we're in here. I want to acknowledge our relatives, my relatives from St. Pinkton, the leadership and the community, for hosting us in your beautiful territory. So with that, we ask, as knowledge keepers for BCFN, that we have respect for each other. Let's have a good, respectful dialogue on the issues that we're going to be facing in the next 2 days. And especially, let's redevelop and reconnect the friendships that we've had and that we've developed as leaders, and work together as leaders to ensure that our communities are taken care of, our families, our children, and the many difficulties that we've faced. It hasn't been an easy year for a lot of us in our home communities. And for that, we acknowledge and we allow you to be here with us, because I know we're all facing our own personal challenges at home, in our family, or in our community, or in our leadership. And we just ask that you be relieved for today, so we can have really good dialogue here amongst ourselves. So with that, on behalf of the team here, we just wish you and have that you have a really good dialogue and a really good meeting and a good assembly. So with that, Wai Limland, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We're just doing a check on the quorum count, and then we will look to move to the adoption of the agenda. Just as we're doing that, and before I call that vote, I do want to let you know that, as mentioned, it is a hybrid meeting. In terms of the agenda that is before you, you will see that there are the protocols and the welcomes on each of the days. We have 16 agenda topics over the 2 days, and 16 more designated speakers today alone, and then 20 speakers designated tomorrow on those topics. Today we'll hear from the 4 or 5 BCAFN representative positions, and we'll hear those updates. We'll hear from the National Chief. We'll take a moment after lunch to acknowledge and give some thanks for the founding of the Assembly of First Nations here in Penticton in 1982. We'll speak to the justice issues. We'll speak to 2 distinct climate change issues. Tomorrow we look at child and families, early learning and childcare, economic development, and the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and that situation that is going on there. That session will be an in-camera session, and we'll organize that accordingly at that time. We'll also focus on fisheries and wild salmon, and throughout the 2 days there are 17 on-time resolutions, which you do have in your package. 7 of those are mirrored. Late resolutions deadline is today at noon, excuse me. And then I have a very interesting note here in my own handwriting that I really can't read. I think it's reminding me to note the rules and procedure. Again, as the chair, my name is Harold Sagoscoyonta Tarbell. I'm a Mohawk from the community of Akwesasne. I've had the great privilege of living and working on Coast Salish territory and in Squamish Nation territory in North Vancouver since the year 2000. And the role of the chair is, of course, to maintain decorum and order consistent with the rules of the meeting. Those rules have been available to you for all of the meetings, but also in the online package, which you have all had access to. Just in terms of the order of the agenda, I will note that you'll see listed the 5 members of the BCAFN board, but they've designated Chief Cookby Roseanne Casimir to provide those remarks. And we have arrived at quorum, and so with that, having read into the record the agenda that you have before you, the very busy agenda, I look for a motion to adopt the agenda. I see Chief Johnny Powell, microphone 24. Do I have a seconder? I see Chief Jerry Jack at microphone 17. Is there a need for discussion of the agenda as presented? Is there a need for discussion of the agenda as presented? Seeing that there is no discussion of the agenda, I will ask for your permission to adopt the agenda by acclamation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's turn to the welcoming protocol. We're going to be joined by the Chief of the Penticton Indian Band, Greg Gabriel, the Mayor of the City of Penticton, Julius Bloomfield, and of course Regional Chief Terry Tiju will provide his remarks as well. I'll invite Chief Gabriel and Mayor Bloomfield to come forward and take seats at microphones 1 and 2 if they so desire. Or of course they could speak from the podium here as well.
Morning. Why, Why halt squeezed Siltikan, Ilmekam, Cantel Sinpinkton, Wise Peace Nixil. Welcome everyone to the beautiful, unceded, unsurrendered lands of the Silks Okanagan Nation. Sinpinkton, Penticton, the Sinpinkton Indian Band is just one of the 7 bands that comprise of our Okanagan Nation. I really am honored to be in the presence of many of you leaders from throughout the province. The work that we're given the responsibility to carry out is very important work. I want to thank the BCAFN for looking at Sinpinkton to host this momentous celebration and meeting to recognize how the Assembly of First Nation was first born here in Sinpinkton, the territory of Sinpinkton. Myself, I come from a line of leadership within my family, within my community, and many strong mentors that brought me to where I am today. I'm saddened to see that our Grand Chief, Stuart Phillip, isn't with us today. I'm hoping all is well with him and his wife, Joan. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip was one of the greatest mentors in my time, amongst other previous leaders and other chiefs. And I am forever grateful for his leadership and his mentorship. Part of the history as to how we got, the Assembly First Nations got to where we are today is, it came as a result of the previous organization known as North American Indian Brotherhood. I stand in awe today as a leader and look at all the women, the strong leadership of the women that sit with us today and show their strong leadership and determination to move us forward in a strong leadership way to protect our rights, not only for ourselves, for our communities, but our future generations. Part of the history from the North American Indian Brotherhood was my mother was one of the trailblazers, if you will, that entered into politics way back prior to 1962. Some of the photos you will see that she was the lone council member sitting amongst all of the nation leaders from throughout Canada. That in itself, and even today with the women at our leadership table, is an inspiration to many of our youth, to many of our children. We look at the organizations that we currently have now today, and the youth representatives, the women representative, that's as a result of how strong our organizations are. My family sits at the table of St. Pinklin Indian Band. Back in 1982, that was the year I was first elected as a council member, as well as my brother Emery, who did the opening prayer. And interestingly enough, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip was our band administrator back then. So, you know, it has a strong significance in hosting your meeting here today, and I thank you for that. I thank everyone that, you know, puts in their time, their dedication to move us forward in the strong and united position, and that's what we need. I acknowledge all of you for your tireless work, your dedication, and we need to make sure that our work continues in a strong and united voice. I remind everyone that the blood that flows through our veins is the blood of our ancestors that were here before the white man came. Since time immemorial, we survived as a people. And these kinds of gatherings, these kinds of assemblies is what's needed to make sure that our voice is heard, and it's heard across Canada. Lim to all of you. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I look forward to the next 2 days. Wait.
Good morning, chiefs, elders, and delegates. And thank you, Chief Gabriel, for the invitation to address you today. It's an honor to be here. I acknowledge that we are gathering on the territory of the Syilx Okanagan people, and I offer my respect to the nations whose land continue to sustain this region. It is especially meaningful to see you back in Penticton, where the BC Assembly of First Nations first gathered in 1982, which was a watershed moment in Indigenous political leadership in this country. And it is especially meaningful as we enter a period of more watershed moments in this relationship between our two cultures. This is an important gathering, so I'll keep my comments brief. Across British Columbia, important conversations are underway between all levels of our combined governments about the future of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People Act and the Interpretation Act, plus the Cowichan Tribe decision and the federal government announcement last week on the Musqueam rights of title. One thing is clear and remains clear, is that for decades, the courts in this country have upheld and clarified Aboriginal rights and title. Those decisions shape how our federal and provincial governments must act today. For municipalities and regional districts, the task is a little clearer. Thank you, thankfully. Building and maintaining strong relationships with our neighbours that were here before us. Strong relationships matter because we are the ones working at the ground level, dealing with the issues pertaining to our individual situations. Good relationships are built over time. Successful relationships are grounded in respect. Here in Penticton, our relationship with the Penticton Indian Band is not new. It has endured through changes in leadership, changes in administration, and changes in our approach to each other. And it has endured because both governments have continued to choose the relationship and do the work required to sustain it. We are continuing that work, strengthening our agreements, aligning our policies and planning, ensuring that what we do reflects the legal and governance realities of our time. We may not do it perfectly and not without challenge, but with consistency, respect, and a willingness to keep talking, progress is inevitable. Our commitment is not to a moment or a mandate. It is to the relationship. And I recognize that my role, like those before me and those who will follow, is one of stewardship, to care for the land we live on, the water that sustains us, and to care for our relationship for as long as I have the privilege of serving. On behalf of City Council and the residents of Penticton, thank you for being here and for the work that you do on behalf of your nations and communities. Work that strengthens communities across this province and is shaping our shared future. We are honoured to host you, and I wish you a productive assembly and a meaningful discussions in the days ahead. Wei Lin Lin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Regional Chief.
Slow clap. Deniza Sekuza Skiza. Simoyat Simonak Simanawagat. First of all, I want to acknowledge the territory of St. Pinkerton, the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Okanagan Silks people. Masi, Masaicho, thank you, big thank you for allowing us in this territory and being great hosts with your good words this morning. Masi, Elder Gabriel for the welcoming and prayer, and Whitney with that powerful song of welcoming all of us. Just hits us in the heart. My name is Terry Teegee. I'm the Regional Chief for the British Columbia Assembly First Nations. I'm serving my third term and coming to the end of my third term as a Regional Chief. I'm from Takla Nation. My ancestry is Giksun, Daketlan, Sekani. Up where I'm from, we're in the headwaters of the Skeena, Fraser, and Arctic watersheds. And I'm humbled, and it's been an honor and a privilege these last over 8 years to serve you as your regional chief. And as the mayor just said, I'm really glad, Mayor Bluefield, in your remarks this morning in regards to reconciliation, if you will, of not just federal and provincial governments, but perhaps municipal governments, and creating strong relations with the rightful owners of these lands, of this beautiful place that we call St. Picton. And I know there's chiefs and delegates and I would say perhaps residential school survivors, intergenerational survivors, elders, youth in this room today and also online. And for those online, you don't have the privilege or the honor to see what we're seeing here, the lake, and how beautiful this territory is and why it's important that sometimes we need to fight for it. And certainly we're here to talk about some of those issues in regards to our current state of affairs in this place we call British Columbia and Canada. Thank you to my board of directors for the continued support of myself and the staff, our knowledge keepers. Thank you for the prayers. Sempolian, Gwen, Harvey, thank you for always being there for me and having support for myself, whether it's personal or staff, and all the representatives, women's representatives, 2 SLGBTQIA plus representatives, youth representatives. Welcome to the 22nd Annual BCAFN Special Chiefs Assembly. And as mentioned earlier, I thought it was necessary. The Special Chiefs Assembly, I guess we required as a society, I suppose, to have two meetings per year, one usually in Vancouver and the other one somewhere in the province of BC. We've had this Special Chiefs Assembly when I first was elected in Prince George. We've had it in Merritt. There were a few years we didn't have it anywhere because of COVID. And I thought it was necessary to have it here to recognize the birthplace of this organization we call the Assembly of First Nations. And the first national chief, Dr. David Ahenekeu from the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations from Saskatchewan. And even before that, as made mention, the National Indian Brotherhood, the beginnings of that organization for fighting for our rights, for fighting for our people. The late, great George Manuel, who was our leader there, and many of the other leaders that came before us, and some are no longer with us. The George Watts, the Joe Mathias, Calder from Nisga'a. The list goes on and on. More recently, we lost Bill Wilson. You know, these great leaders, you know, I stand in their shadow and try to live up to the great work, and I acknowledge that. The reason I am here is because of them. It's because of the great leaders from the Okanagan. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, that we're still fortunate that I am still working with at the First Nations Leadership Council, along with Chief Shanna Thomas, Hugh Breaker, Robert Phillips, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, newly elected Chief Linda Ennis, and Chief Marilyn Slett, together collectively as the Leadership Council over since 2004, 2005, when they first started as the FNLC. And as we've seen over the last years, decades, since the 60s, 70s, back to the Calder case, and up to more recently, the Cowichan court case recognizing title, the Hedisat-Gitgatla case recognizing that they do have a right to say in terms of mining, challenging online staking, and both those important victories that need to be acknowledged, but also the governments need to deal with. And now we find ourselves in this space, as you all know, of this rhetoric from people that don't support reconciliation, from people perhaps from the conservative side that want to repeal the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. They're saying, look out for the Indians, they're coming for your private property. That's nothing further than the truth. And more recently, as stated earlier, the Musqueam arrangement and deal in terms of agreement with the federal government. We need to be clear. We need to, along with our partners, the provincial and federal government, need to be clear with Canadian citizens in British Columbia. We're not after your private property. What we're after is some semblance of justice for our people, for lands that were stolen. Was there a deed of sale? No. Was there an arrangement? Perhaps there was with historical treaties or more modern treaties or Nisga'a treaties or some other special arrangements, some self-governing arrangements and agreements such as West Bank. However, the vast majority of British Columbia, there are no settled agreements until we say so, until we come to an agreement. So that needs to be clarified in terms of these decisions that we're very fortunate to have. And as we continue to go to courts, and as you continue to go to court to protect your rights, title, and interests, at the BCAFN and at the FNLC, we support you, and at the AFN, I know certainly we'll hear from the national chief later on and talk about the work that we're doing nationally. The Declaration Act amendments that we most recently heard from the Premier as a result of the Gitga'ala decision and perhaps from the Cowichan decision. And I want to remind the province and the federal government, the Cowichan have been in court long before the declaration became law. So I think it's really important to have that clarity to the general public that they need to understand what these arrangements mean, what these decisions means, especially from the Supreme Court of Canada. I'm happy to state that we'll get into the amendments or the proposed amendments that perhaps there will be some movement in terms to have more discussions that may not require amendments. Perhaps we call it an off-ramp. So this is some of the work that we're trying to do, and this is really the latest in the last week that we're hearing from the Premier and also the province to look at alternatives to make an amendment. So it will come up in more discussions, as we will hear from the Attorney General, Nikki Sharma, and from the Mir Minister in regards to that proposal. So certainly we'll adjust the resolution, which is similar to the one that was passed at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, to allow that to occur. In terms of the United Nations Declaration Act, of the Federal Act, as we heard from the representative at the federal government at our gathering for the parliamentary secretary, there is no discussions of any repeal or amendments on the federal level in terms of the United Nations Declaration Act. Matter of fact, I've had several meetings with the new Attorney General, Sean Fraser. We did propose more resources. We did propose more push to align many of the laws, federal laws, with the United Nations Declaration Act. And I can safely say that it's been a lot more positive. He will go to the Treasury seeking more resources and funding. There is more commitment there, which is good news. I am the chair of the United Nations Declaration Act implementation for the AFN. And also, too, as part of the First Nations Leadership Council, we have a specific table for British Columbia in terms of implementation of UNDA. So that is good news, as we see a new Attorney General in Sean Fraser, used to be the Housing Minister. I think that is really important to see where that goes. But the good news is that there is no talk of amendments or any repeal. That being said, over the last year, as you well know, Bill C-5, the One Canada Act, certainly many of us in this room in British Columbia, we have many concerns in regards to fast-tracking major projects of national interest. Approximately 15 were identified, 9 of which are in British Columbia. Certainly those are of concern because we need proper review. We also need our people to have free, prior, and informed consent of those projects. Certainly many of them are moving down that way. Some of these projects that were identified in the Tahltan territory are Section 6-7 agreements, which allowed them to make a decision on those projects. We need more of those provincially and also federally to allow our people to make decisions on those major projects. And if we're going down that road, that our people need to benefit as well, not only on terms of ownership, of equity share, but these resources aren't infinite. I mean, just for example, mining, oil and gas, it's not going to come back. You have one shot at this, And if those projects do go ahead, you have to maximize your benefits. Procurement, your companies, our First Nations companies, need to be a big part of it. Because there's no more ore going to come back in terms of mining, nor is there going to be more gas coming back in the near future. So these are finite, they're not renewable resources. So if they do go ahead, I really believe that we need to maximize your benefits, especially it's in your territory. At the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly in December, the AFN unanimously passed a resolution calling on the federal government, in particular because of this MOU with Alberta and Mark Carney's office, to continue to uphold the tanker ban in the North Pacific, in the North Coast. And certainly we support Chief Slett and many of the coastal First Nations and many of the other First Nations that have concerns over of the oil pipeline proposal in the north. I certainly was part of it as a Carriacou County Tribal Council. Certainly, I think the discussion has come up time and again, and we still don't know in regards if there's going to be a southern pipeline, if there's a discussion on that, or an expansion of existing pipelines. So I think we need more clarity there. February was pretty busy for myself. I did a lobby effort in Ottawa, meeting with many ministers, including the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, CERNAC, ISK, Housing, and many other ministries in regards to our position here. Certainly here in British Columbia, and thanks to the court decision of Ahoosit, that in British Columbia we're at the table on the salmon allocation policy. There too, we're hearing a lot of racist rhetoric because we're at the table, and sporties and recreational fisheries and those other interests are stating that why do First Nations have more say? Why are we we should have been always at that table. We should have been there all the time. But thanks to the Chalnith and the Ahoosit case, we're at that table now, and certainly we have to let Minister Thompson, well aware of the pushback from some of those organizations here in British Columbia, including the BC Wildlife Federation, that is really stoking the fire of racism against our people, especially in regards to fisheries. Housing, always an issue. If you look at the current numbers, we did a report at the Assembly of First Nations back in 2020, $350 billion to get up to the level that we need in this country. Of that, $90 billion is required in British Columbia. So as you can see, we're well short of that, and certainly I had this discussion with Minister Gregor Robertson, who used to be Mayor of Vancouver. The likes of which I also had discussions with Minister Alty in regards to CERNAC and specific claims. The vast majority of all the specific claims come from British Columbia. She conveyed to me that they are still putting forward an ask to Treasury to keep us, at least the Department of Specific Claims, whole. Right now it's about $12 million a year. The original amount used to be about $4 million. They topped it up with $8 million. And what I do know is that she continues to try to get the $8 million for us. That's in terms of specific claims. Also, too, what else you should know is the issue of additions to reserves. I know the two ministers want to figure out a way to make the process faster. And perhaps maybe in British Columbia we could do a test case or try something here in regards to additions to reserve, because we certainly know that's been an issue, a long-standing issue nationally. Also in February, more recently, the last couple of weeks, I came back Saturday from Mexico. I attended the Canada Trade Mission to Mexico, along with 370 delegates from across Canada. We had a small contingent of First Nations, myself, Grand Chief Jerry Daniels, Grand Chief Kyra Wilson from Manitoba, and supporting staff. Could have been more, but nevertheless, my intent there was to meet with the ministers, but also to create perhaps opportunities and trade relations and discussions with the Indigenous peoples in Mexico. So those two things I was successful at. In the near future, we will meet with Minister LeBlanc, as he is not only the trade minister, but he also the responsibility to implement the One Canada Act, which is the Bill C-5, the fast tracking of projects. I made mention that I was very concerned about Bill C-5, and I said we need to talk and we need to get a better understanding of the Prime Minister's position in regards to their position of fast tracking and diversifying the markets. And we all know why this is happening. It's because of the geopolitical place we're at in the world. More recently, the war with Iran, the decision from the President Trump and Israel to start attacking Iran, and also the counterattack from Iran. We also know the ongoing tariff wars with not only Canada but many of the countries around the world is really the driving force behind why Bill C-5 exists and why Bill 14 and 15 provincially exist, is these governments' reaction to what is going on in the world. And I know we have approximately 206 countries in the world, 208 countries in the world, and there's about 107 wars going right now, whether they're civil or otherwise. It's a scary time right now, and all these pressures that are happening internationally affect us, because it affects our territories, it affects us decisions that are made nationally, provincially, on our people. And sometimes, as we did back when the white paper was released, was our response from the National Indian Brotherhood. It was the new amendments to the Constitution, which really began the AFN in 1982 here in St. Picton, over 43 years ago, at the Peach Bowl, which is now the other convention center. It's where these very important meetings happen. It's our reaction to what was going on around us by the federal and provincial governments. And once again, I really feel that this is a time, one of those moments, one of those times that are really being tested because of everything that's happening around the world. As this world gets smaller, we are being affected by all those decisions. So it is stressful. Some of the decisions that Trump made in regards to many of the cartels in Mexico. I was there north of Puerto Vallarta and seeing everything that you saw is quite stressful to see what's going on in the world, and it's affecting us. And I think, as we move forward and we talk to other nations, we need to be a part of those discussions. I was fortunate in CUSMA 1, which is called NAFTA 2, to put forward a position from the AFN to really implement the declaration. Although the Trump administration said no, we continue to put forward a position. We do have a BCAFN position in terms of the Canada-United States Mexico agreement, CUSMA, which is to be negotiated this summer. I don't know, with this current administration from the United States, I don't know how far we'll get with it, but nevertheless, I think perhaps maybe this is why we should be going to Mexico. Perhaps it's the Canada-Mexico agreement, the Mexican agreement. But anyways, it's important to have these very important discussions in terms of internationally, but also to put our position forward as First Nations from British Columbia. It's this fall, our AGM will be in Vancouver, and it'll be the end of my term of this third term. But certainly, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve. It's been these last 9 years. Certainly has been. I didn't know what I was expecting. They didn't tell me what to expect, but certainly it's been an honor and a privilege to serve you as your regional chief, and to really, I think, part of this journey was to find some semblance of justice for all our people, and whatever that may be. Harold, thank you once again for chairing. I certainly know you were here 43 years ago at the Peach Bowl, but it's good to come back to the crime scene to see where the Assembly of First Nations started. And thank you all. Thank you for being here. There's a lot of important discussions to have over the next couple of days. Thank you. Masi cho.
Thank you very much, Terry. I wish I could say that at the 1982 founding of the Assembly of First Nations, I was into daycare. But unfortunately, I was a young man of 25 and probably out and about. In fact, I know what I remember. I know I was. But I'm looking forward to speaking to that and inviting people who may have also been there to speak to that. And I appreciate the elder and the chief speaking to that, their experiences around 1982 as well. So with that, let us keep moving. We are expecting the arrival of the national chief at any moment. And I did want to turn you to the attention of the agenda, which is the update from the BCAFN Board of Directors. And Cookby Casimir volunteered, was unanimously voted in to provide the update, and you're welcome to please come forward. Please help me welcome Cookby Casimir.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened last night. But Waiko Waitip and Neely to seek the Poosman. Hello, everyone. I'm very honored to be here with each and every single one of you. And, I also, first of all, just want to acknowledge the Pinkton traditional ancestral lands here within the Sioux territory. And also, to share, too, just how proud I am to be here as well. For those that don't know, my father is from the OKIB, from the Vernon community, and so I'm related to all the Parkers over there, and of course the Parkers have married and extended throughout the Sioux territory, and on my mother's side throughout Schwapmkulu, all the way over into Alberta, into the Good Fish Lake, Alberta. So really our wings really do broaden long, far, and wide, especially when we're, looking at our youth and our future generations too. So I just really wanted to share that, and it's so good to see, consultants from everywhere, and to be here for this very important, Assembly of First Nations. And so, Waiko Waitip, I'm Cookby Roseanne Casimir of the Council of Schwetmunk. I have been in leadership for my third term as Cookby, and served 3 terms as Kmeepla, as a councillor representing the Council of Schwetmunk. But here I'm very honored, but also I'm very humbled to be a part of the incredible team of the BCAFN as a board of director, and very honored to be sharing an update and a report. And just also wanted to share my appreciation for Elder Emery Gabriel and for his opening prayer, but also the powerful voice as well of Whitney for singing the welcome song and really connecting us with the drum and Mother Earth, but also from our souls and our hearts up to the Creator. I also like to acknowledge Chief Gabriel of the Penticton Indian Band for welcoming us to his territory. Really, really, really felt welcome today and really appreciated everything that you had shared with us, and of course the history of these lands. Very much appreciated. Also want to acknowledge the mayor. I think he's left, but for everything that he has, oh, there he is in the back, thank you. I really want to, extend my appreciation and gratitude to you as well, because when we're looking at truth and reconciliation, upholding, those foundational pieces of specific claims, land acknowledgements, who we are as First Nations, I really appreciate, your acknowledgement, but also your allyship, and showing those foundational pieces of that relationship that you have with the local First Nations. And to me, that is extremely important, especially with all the challenging times that we're all facing. And, I know for me, when I look at specific claims, just from the basic core, it's like, especially with private interests, there's no interest in fighting with individuals with private properties, houses, homes. Indigenous title has always been that underlying title, and it's something that we've never ceded, sold, or given up in any shape or form. So to me, thank you. I also wanted to, welcome and thank the chiefs, the proxies, knowledge keepers, and elders, youth, and all those who've joined from communities to join us, and also those that have joined us online, Cook's Jam. And, we're going to be here to discuss the various challenges and opportunities that our communities face. And on behalf of the board, I'd like to acknowledge, Regional Chief TG's ongoing leadership. What he shared with us today, his work and his leadership, cannot go, upheld with the highest honor and integrity. So I just wanted to just do a huge shout out for you, Regional Chief Terry TG, because he does so much for every single one of us. And even, there's booklets right around you called the BCAFN News. Those are just sample pieces of some of the work, the ongoing work that he's doing on behalf of each and every single one of us. And with that work, he's, carrying, the values that we bring forth to him. He carries a lot on his shoulders and makes much sacrifice. So really take that opportunity to, go through that, because to me, it's incredible work. Because his work is about the ongoing leadership and advancing, each and every single one of us and our interests across those critical sectors in British Columbia, at both the provincial and also the national level. And we continue looking forward to the important work and collaboration and supporting our regional chief, this term, the next term, and the next term, and the next term. Hint, hint. So today I'm going to report into the Chiefs Assembly on behalf of the BCAFN Board of Directors. And first I'd like to acknowledge, my fellow BCAFN Board of Directors that are also here. So Chief Maureen Luigi of the Wet'suwet'en First Nation, and I believe she's joined us online, so welcome. Chief Donald Sam of the Akasnik First Nation, I see him here as well, see him in the back. Also Brian Asu from the Wiwe Kai Nation, and also Chief Jerry Jack, who is also with us from the Mawachat Muchat First Nation. As board members, we ensure that the resolutions, but also the mandates that are provided by the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly are carried out in alignment with the Regional Chiefs mandate and the vision and the mission, but also the values of the society. I thank all my fellow board members for their hard work, as well as BCAFN's knowledge keepers and the youth, and to SLGBT LGBTQIA+, and the women's representatives for their guidance, but also, for their leadership. So Cook's Jam. At this time, I'd like to welcome Payel Lassie from the Selexquox First Nation. He's our interim BCAFN male youth representative, and he's filling the position until the 2026 election. Some of the provincial and federal relations. Since October of the 2025 annual general meeting, the provincial and federal political landscape, it continues to be in a continual state of transition. BCAFN continues to push back on those legislative amendments which undermine the rights of First Nations across BC. BCAFN is also in collaboration with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit, and they've engaged on our membership through all chiefs meetings on February the 4th, 2026, to discuss those proposed changes by the provincial government to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act and the Interpretation Act. And it is through the collective roles of all British Columbia First Nations that we hope to keep the provincial government accountable and committed to the act of reconciliation. At the federal level, BCAFN continues to advocate for the need to seek First Nations free, prior, and informed consent for any nation-building projects. And the Building Canada Act cannot be a means of undermining the rights and title of BC First Nations. And I'm just echoing that there, because I heard our regional chief speak to that. And to me, it's just amplifying just how important that is to each and every single one of us. We continue to see, the increasing polarization and organized resistance as well, to the rights and title across British Columbia. And of course, the growing denialism, around the truth connected to the former Indian residential school. We see it, and, for me and for many and our allies out there, we stand up and we hold and embrace our survivors of Indian residential school. We know those truths. We are going to hold and lift you up and carry that forward. Some of the key issues, alongside the challenging political climate, there are many that persist. When we look at the opioid and housing crisis, those pressing issues we continue to see are the toxic drug crisis, but also the increased housing insecurity experienced by our community members. April the 14th, 2026 will mark the 10th anniversary of the BC Declaration of the Public Health Emergency known as the toxic drug crisis. So for 10 years, our communities have had to face the unimaginable, untimely, and consistent loss of our friends and families to a toxic supply of unregulated drugs. Our thoughts and prayers are with those that are impacted by the toxic drug crisis and also the housing insecurity. BCAFN continues the national work on ending sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act through the Indigenous advisory process, but also monitoring the successor legislation to the former Bill C-38, now known as Bill S-2, on new registration entitlements. A lot of work is moving forward, and I extend so much appreciation. Even looking at my own community, I know that, when that first report came out, we were at 29% in decline. So knowing the impacts of the Indian Act, but also the S2 on our memberships is quite tolling. BCAFN and the UBCIC held the First Nation citizenship and membership eliminating sex discrimination in the Indian Act webinar in December of 2025. The goal of the session was to ensure that the First Nations communities and impacted individuals are fully supported in their participation in ISK's upcoming consultation on the second generation cutoff and the Section 10 voting thresholds to foster greater awareness, but also enhanced action within their own communities. There are a lot of key areas of work, and alongside the aforementioned issues, BCAFN also continues to work in areas that concern each and every single one of us. The list is extensive, and areas of children and families, climate emergency, economic development, emergency management, First Nations Center of Excellence transition, as mentioned, the first citizenship and membership, fisheries, justice, languages, as well as water, policing, and Indian residential schools and denialism. So BCAFN continues to work with our provincial partners, the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, to engage government officials, but also to advocate for that change. The work being done by the BCAFN and the regional chief under the mandates that are set by the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly is important to First Nation communities across British Columbia. So thank you to the Chiefs in Assembly, thank you for those that joined us online, and for all of your leadership, but also your dedication to addressing all these issues. So Cook's Jam, Cook's Jam, Cook's Jam.
Thank you very much, Cookby, and thank you very much to the Board of Directors for their work. I turn your attention to the address from the BCAFN youth representatives. As you'll note, Cookby Casimir did introduce the BCA interim male youth representative, Payal Lassis, and our BCAFN female youth representative, Crystal Starr Lewis. I'll welcome them to the podium as well. You're welcome to use the podium or microphones 1 or 2, whichever you're comfortable with.
Thank you. Hasqual Tanoyap. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chiefs, leaders, elders, knowledge keepers, and citizens for gathering here today at the 22nd Annual BCAFN Special Chiefs Assembly. We acknowledge that we're gathered here today on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Syilx Okanagan people. My name is Crystal Lewis, and I am the elected BCAFN Youth Representative, and I come from Vancouver in the Squamish Nation. Thank you for having me here today. Thank you, Regional Chief Terry Teegee, for your ongoing support and having me as your youth representative. I'd also like to thank Minister Chandra Herbert and the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation's continued commitment to funding the BCAFN youth portfolio in this time of austerity. More importantly, I would also like to share and introduce Payal, our new BCAFN youth male representative. He'll be serving in his role until our formal election that takes place at the 2026 BCAFN AGM in September. I'm looking forward to working with you, Payal, and moving our initiatives forward and continue advocating for BCAFN First Nations youth in regional and national discussions and work. Thank you, Payal.
Abananas, everyone. Sitso zi pialasis setsada tsalkot in askot desni sachanalya Crystal for the introduction, and sachanalya to each and every one of you. Sachanalya to the chiefs of this territory for letting us do the work that we are here to do today. And yeah, as myself, I said I come from the Tsailkot-in Nation, come from Tusi, Asko, My father is Chief Francis Lacis. My mother is Denise Gilpin of Adinko. And I want to acknowledge the elders and the knowledge keepers, Sachanalya, for making the time to come and bless us with your presence. And with that, also wanting to express my big gratitude to Terry. I've known Terry ever since I was in my younger teens. I'm 28 years old this year, and I remember being in my early teens before Terry was our BC chief. I've been around the tables since before I could even walk in terms of Aboriginal rights and title. Was in my diapers crawling around while we were talking about Aboriginal title back in the early 2000s. And this role that I applied for to become the interim male youth rep was mainly because of my family back home. I wouldn't have applied if it wasn't for my wife, who's watching live, and for reasons that a lot of this work entailed a lot of the things that I've already been doing on my own in my own community, at a community level, at a national level, and importantly also at an international level. And with that, it was very important to me to continue this work and to try my best and to represent each and every one of you from beautiful British Columbia, to advocate for the things that are most important to us. And for me, it's being able to go out and do the work and represent in the best, most positive way that we can and that I can. And so at the end of the day, for me, the most important thing is being able to go home and to be able to spend time with my two children and to make sure that they are taught the language, taught our Indigenous laws, that they can live the lives that we all hope to live. And so with that, I'm also very pleased to be joining the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council, where I will work to represent the perspectives and priorities of First Nations youth in BC at a national and international level. I look forward to contributing those discussions and bringing updates and key outcomes back to communities across the province. So don't be shy to reach out to invite us as youth representatives into your communities to speak to your youth and to speak to your community members on issues that might be happening pertinently at international or even community levels, whether it has to do with mental health or teaching moments. It's something that I feel as youth representatives we're very, very keen and hoping to do. So I'm very excited to work alongside Crystal, Regional Chief TG, and BCAFN Board of Directors, BCAFN staff, and everyone across the province to continue advancing the priorities of First Nations youth and building on both ongoing and new initiatives. And so with that, I raise my hands with big gratitude and turn it back to Crystal to share more about our key initiatives currently underway. Chanalya.
Thank you, Pale, and congratulations again on your appointment as our youth rep, and welcome to the BCFN. I look forward to working with you and really learning from your calm energy. For our first update, we're pleased to share that we'll be hosting the 2026 BCFN Youth Forum on March 17th, 2026 at the Fairmont Waterfront in Vancouver. I'm grateful to have been part of the planning process Thank you, Hannah, for all your hard work, coordinating and landing for additional support on brainstorming ideas around children and families. This forum is an important gathering for First Nations youth across BC, ages 18 to 29, to connect, share perspectives, and help shape BCAFN's policy advocacy initiatives. The day will feature panel discussions, roundtable discussions, cultural activities, and opportunities to elevate youth voices on key issues in areas such as justice, child welfare, economic development, climate change. Youth participants are also invited to stay for the BCAFN Economic Development Forum on March 18th to 19th, 2026, which will also take place at the Fairmont Waterfront. Payal and I are looking forward to connecting with peers from across the province, ensuring that BCAFN's policy advocacy is informed by the lived experiences and priorities of First Nations youth. And I turn it back to Payal.
Yes, so I'm looking forward to, again, meeting with all the cousins, the First Nations youth from across the province at the 2026 BCAFN Youth Forum. It will be a very valuable opportunity to listen, learn, and engage directly with participants about priorities, challenges, and ideas shaping their communities. Creating a space for open dialogue is critical to ensuring that youth voices are not only heard, but meaningfully reflected in our policy advocacy.
We have been working hard to advocate and advance BCAFN Resolution 33-2023, support to establish a BCAFN Youth Council. Following last year's First Nations Youth Virtual Dialogue session, we took concrete steps to build on the conversations and direction provided by participants. We developed a What We Heard report, carefully reviewed by experts and feedback shared by youth participants, and used that input to guide our next steps. The What We Heard report from the virtual youth dialogue session will be available at the 2026 BCAFN Youth Forum, where participants can review the key themes, recommendations, and insights shared by BC First Nations youth from across the province. Since then, we have convened a BCAFN Youth Advisory Circle and are now developing a BCAFN Youth Council strategic plan with the help of consultants. We initiated the development of a BCAFN Youth Council strategic plan to strengthen youth governance, clarify shared priorities, and establish a clear, sustainable path for meaningful youth engagement and leadership within the Council. First Nations youth from across the province have stepped forward to join the Youth Advisory Circle, helping to guide this work and ensure that the BCAFN Youth Council reflects the diverse voices and priorities of youth throughout the province. Our goal is to ensure that the Council is truly by and for First Nations youth. Through the support of BCAFN staff, we're continuing to pursue multi-year sustainable funding to ensure that the BCAFN Youth Council can carry this work forward beyond the initial stages of implementation and remain stable over the long term. We're looking forward to having a strategic plan for the BCAFN Youth Council in the coming months. Moreover, as a policy analyst working with Our Children Our Way and in working with the FNLC and MCFD, together we have been working towards the AOPC redesign with our steering committee. In doing so, I've been working directly with our AOPC youth reps, providing mentorship, coordination, and support, and providing advice on the development process of an AOPC Youth Council for this project. We will also have Our Children Our Way provide an engagement session at our youth forum, and are grateful to leadership and FNLC for always supporting, collaborating, and helping guide some of our work. Our Children Our Way kindly and gently shares the annual conference dates for Loving Justice and OCOW National Conference, where I'll also be sitting on the steering committee and planning these conferences, and will be advocating and sharing ideas to engage youth. Although our Loving Justice Conference is still to be determined, Our Children Our Way's National Conference will be taking place on November 30th, December 3rd at the Vancouver Convention Centre. Last week, I also attended the AFN Education Forum here in Vancouver on February 24th to 26th as a member of the National Youth Council, where together we collectively provided and facilitated in-person engagement sessions on education and barriers to access, identity and safety, and youth-centered improvements, and shared what we heard on a panel discussion following. We're grateful for all the support and wonderful responses and feedback we have received throughout the forum, which is currently in the process of being developed into a report. We asked questions around what does the future of education look like for youth in your community? How can we equip post-secondary institutes to have stronger supports for Indigenous students and survivors on campus that prevent and create awareness around violence, cultural safety, discrimination, trafficking, and denialism? How does geography shape access to education? We heard really great responses around cost of living, system barriers, both institutions and band funding, and reciprocity, mental health, etc. As shared by our panel, it was emphasized clearly that Indigenous youth do not lack talent, but the systems we have in place today lack equitable structures. We were asked what our plan is to advocate to initiate boots on the ground work and working within our community, and we had members share about their work within band councils, community projects, health, law, and launching my business as well. Lastly, and thank you, Christy Denby from the BCAFN SCA and Urban Matters for having me a part of the Youth Elders Climate Advisory Circle. I'm really grateful to be a part of this work with my fellow and newly UBCIC Youth Representative Sunshine and our wonderful elders and knowledge keepers Harvey McLeod and Ray Harris. Thank you for your knowledge and voices. We had our first 2 YEAC meetings. The Youth and Elder Climate Advisory Circle is a small intergenerational advisory body of youth and elders being established to guide the Uplifting Youth Climate Leaders Project. The circle supports project direction, co-develops activities, ensures the work is culturally grounded, inclusive, and youth-centered. And we'll be hosting a land-based workshop where we have received lots of interest in attending a leadership gathering. I look forward to working with you, Sunshine, and all your work that you're going to do going forward. And thank you, Katisha, for your years of service, and congratulations on being the newly elected UBCIC Women's Representative. And thank you all for your support over the years and being a part of my journey as I transition out of my role going forward. You have taught me, thank you for all that you have taught me and for helping me to continue to develop as a leader and more. I appreciate you all and wish you the best and well on your journeys as well. And I'm going to pass it back to Payal.
We would like to thank all of the chiefs, leaders, and hardworking policy staff again for the opportunity to speak here today. And I'm deeply honored and grateful to the chiefs and leaders who entrusted me to advocate on behalf of my peers. I'm excited to continue on this important work with the assistance and guidance from Regional Chief TG. So Uncle's got to look out for nephew here. And the BCAFN Board of Directors and staff. And so with that, very grateful, big gratitudes. Shnalya.
Thank you very much, Crystal, and thank you very much, Payal. I've been very fortunate in the course of my career since being, starting in daycare during the 1982 meeting here in Penticton, to witness on a couple occasions literally the torch being passed to a new generation of leaders. And I've also been very pleased over the course of my career to see my own children grow into their professional roles and be, working amongst us, advocating for our rights and the quality, improving the quality of our lives. And so I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and to congratulate Francis for, and I'm sure you've seen it a number of times, but it's always, to me, special to see your children take a leadership role in our gathering. So congratulations. I'll draw your attention to our agenda where we hear the address from BCAFN's representatives for two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, plus representative, or our citizens who are of those identities. And Maureen, I ask you to come forward and represent their voice on their behalf. Please help me welcome Maureen.
I just wanted to let Harvey know I wasn't even born yet in 1982. Good morning, chiefs, leadership, elders, and knowledge keepers, and special guests. Thank you to the people of the Singpinkton territory and BCAFN knowledge keepers for your welcome and prayers this morning. Hot squile Tanoyap, Skohamish, Oslahan Ochameoch, Oreen Askew, Queensna, Chinwa, DJ Osho, Tamalia Queen Kushaming. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Oreen Askew, also known as DJ Osho. My ancestral name is Tamalia, and I'm Afro-Indigenous from the Squamish Nation in Vancouver, BC. And I really want to thank my uncle Simplion for standing with me today. I love his energy. So this morning, I'll be sharing about my work as the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative and some of the key issues I believe that we as leadership need to prioritize. Before I proceed, I think it's appropriate for us to stand and take a moment of silence to remember and honor missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, and send strength to the families and the survivors. Thank you for standing and taking this moment of silence with me. My vision remains consistent. As an Afro-Indigenous and Two-Spirit person, I've always wanted to create a safe space and connection with community and culture for the First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people in all their diversity. This position allows for me to do just that, and I'm grateful to be able to do this work. My priorities include supporting the advocacy and voices of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people from BC through engagement and events like today, and representing regional perspectives at the national level as one of two self-identifying women serving on the National Council. I also hope to lay the groundwork for representatives to come. I continue to provide regular reports to chiefs at BCAFN Special Chiefs Assemblies, annual general meetings, and guided planning of the past dialogue session, ensuring transparency and accountability within this portfolio. As a recap, in June 2025, BCAFN hosted the First Nations Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ People's Dialogue session on Ledley-Tene territory entitled Healing in Action. The gathering brought together more than 90 leaders and community members to advance equity, justice, and collective healing. Participants addressed critical priorities including safety, justice reform, economic development, and governance. Moving forward, as BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, I remain committed to ensuring there is consistent advocacy for the recommendations from the dialogue session to be turned into tangible system change. This includes strengthening partnerships with 2S LGBTQIA+ like-minded organizations, advocating for sustainable and culturally grounded 2S LGBTQIA+ resources, and ensuring that First Nations, Two-Spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender diverse people are meaningfully included in decision-making spaces. Central to this work is the continued creation and protection of safe, affirming environments within our communities. Shortly, BCAFN Women's Representative Cheryl Rule will be sharing more on the comprehensive Healing in Action post-event report and an associated resolution for chiefs to consider, which both capture the voices and priorities of First Nation leaders and will inform BCAFN advocacy with partners and beyond. Along with the BCAFN Women's Representative, we have also participated in the BCAFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Planning Meeting, where we reflected on 2025 accomplishments, including securing funding for the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council and the BCAFN Women's Council, as well as the completion of the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, as you can see to my right, your left. We look forward to reporting on future accomplishments. While at the national level, I actively participate in AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ council meetings and gatherings. Recently, I served as a panel moderator at the second annual AFN Natural Resources Forum in Calgary, Alberta. Further to this work, as the AFN Council member responsible for the Economic Development Portfolio, I continue to work to apply a First Nations gender-based analysis plus lens to AFN resolutions related to economic development and supported the strengthening of visibility, safety, and equity for First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people in the terms of reference for the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development. Recently, we announced the BCAFN Women Chiefs and Leaders Caucus meeting taking place March 24th to 25th, 2026, in the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Syilx Okanagan people, also known as Kelowna, British Columbia. We invite all First Nations chiefs and leaders who identify as women to register and attend. We also encourage youth to attend. A hybrid option is available. For chiefs who cannot attend, we invite you to share this opportunity with a counselor, youth, or leaders within your community to attend on behalf of your First Nation and confirm their attendance as your nation's representative via email. The 1.5-day meeting is intended to provide space for advocacy updates from BCAFN representatives. We will also hear updates from various levels of government and participate in facilitated interactive plenary sessions designed to integrate the voices, experiences of First Nations women, chiefs, and leaders into resource development processes to ensure that safety, equity, and rights are upheld, especially in the context of implementing the MMIW G2S+ National Action Plan. Funding is limited but available to assist the travel and accommodations for BC women chiefs. For more information, please refer to events.bcafn.ca. I would encourage everyone to ensure that someone from your community attends, either via Zoom or in person. If you have a question, please feel free to reach out to me or the BCAFN Women's Representative, Cheryl Rule. Lastly, the BCAFN continues to advocate for the elimination of sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act in a manner that upholds First Nations self-determination and aligns with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, consistent with mandates from BCAFN resolutions. Since 2023, BCAFN has participated in the Federal Indigenous Advisory process addressing the second-generation cutoff and registration reform, supporting the co-development of equitable registration policies. In partnership with the UBCIC, BCAFN has advanced coordinated advocacy efforts, including a province-wide letter writing campaign and a public webinar to inform and engage First Nations and impacted families. A recording of the webinar, as well as background advocacy materials, are available on BCAFN's website under the BCAFN priority area entitled Citizenship/Membership. The BCAFN continues to monitor Bill S2, which seeks to amend the Indian Act to address the enfranchisement, voluntary deregistration of band reaffiliation, and outdated language regarding dependent persons. The Senate passed Bill S2 with key amendments, including repealing the second-generation cutoff, implementing a one-parent rule, removing the unknown paternity clause, and upgrading 6(2) Indian status, or sorry, 6(2) Indian status to 6(1) for post-1985 births, measured designed to restore status right across generations. As of February 27, 2026, Bill S2 has passed second reading at the House of Commons and is proceeding to the committee stage with Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, and then the report stage before third reading and royal assent. Although the Liberal government remains opposed to the bill passing with amendments, advocates of the bill anticipate its passage. BCAFN and other First Nations organizations continue to advocate for timely passage and encourage First Nations communities to continue to submit letters of support to ensure the bill preserves the intent of restoring Indian status, rights, and eliminating sex discrimination. Thank you for receiving my update. I invite you to reach out to me at any time to collaborate on this important work, and if there's any way I can be of support to you or your community. I would like to acknowledge the regional chief, the BCAFN board, my fellow elected representatives, and the BCAFN staff for the good work each of you do. And I know the big question is if you're running again, Terry. For regional chief. But he said, did you hear that? He said, you'll see. If you could hear that. But Chen Kremlin told me I thank each and every one of you for being here today. So I'll see him. Thank you.
Thank you, Harold.
To maintain my neutrality, I will carefully avoid the draft Terry TG campaign, which I see emerging from the speakers. I did want to note two things. When Aureen talked about safety, equity, and rights, it struck me as the mission statement for our two-spirit, 2S LGBTQIA plus representative. I was really struck by that in terms of where that would apply to the work that that representative is designed to do. I also want to let you know, when you stood for the moment of silence, from here with the backdrop of the windows in the lake, you're very difficult to see people, to make people out, but you really look like an old historic photograph of when they talk about connecting us to our mystic cords of memory for those who are no longer with us and for our shared past. So from this side of the room, that was the moments of silence are always quite impactful, but just that visual was quite dramatic. So I just wanted to let you know. I also share that just to let you know that when we open the floor, about a third of the room is pretty hard to see. I have good news. We have a 10-minute break as we get organized for the National Chief. I did see them setting out some new refreshments. So 10-minute break, and we will turn to the presentation and address from the National Chief at 11 o'clock. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'll invite you back to your designated seats, and I'll ask those who are in the salons at the vendors with the vendors to please make their way back into the room. And we'll send a quick runner to check on them.
I got it. I totally got it. Yeah. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'll ask you to begin wrapping up your conversations and please retake your chairs, and we'll look to reconvene the 22nd Annual Special Chiefs Assembly. Just as you're gathering by order of the day, we will hear from the National Chief, and then we will hear from the BCAFN's Women's Representatives, which will take us to the lunch hour. Following the lunch hour, we'll take some time to commemorate the transition from the National Indian Brotherhood to the founding of the Assembly of First Nations, and then pick up with our agenda on justice, climate change, and a few resolutions before we wrap up at 4 o'clock. As you can see, we've had a very productive and thoughtful morning as we've gone through our agenda so far, and I'm pleased to note that I'm joined here at the front of the room by the National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse-Neepanek,
She is, of course, as you may all recall, the youngest woman and the first mother to be elected as national chief. She's Anishinaabe from the community of Penematang First Nation in Manitoba, about 2.5 hours north of Winnipeg in Treaty 2 territory. Please help me welcome our national chief, Cindy Woodhouse-Nipinak.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you so very much. And I like to start off light. So I was in the north about 3 weeks ago, and one of the chief there said, "You have to come and you have to come over. My wife wants to cook for you." And I'm like, "Okay." So I went to the chief and his wife's house, and she's cooking, and of course the TV's playing, and Shania Twain was on the TV, and he said, "Oh, wife, I wish you looked like that." And she says, "If I looked like Shania Twain, I wouldn't be with you." Love our people, and I love our humor. And I do have to say that as of last week, there's 164 female chiefs elected, leading their communities from coast to coast to coast. And, it's something, because I know that, a lot of times it's always our women anyways that are leading band offices and in the key roles always. But it was really something when I heard that number. I thought, wow, that's amazing. And I just want to also acknowledge is that how I say it? We, welcome, hello. The people here have been teaching me some of the language. I want to acknowledge that we are here on the unceded lands of the Silix Okanagan people, Sinpinktyn. There you go. Yeah. And I'm showing Chief Gabriel a picture from when I was 4 years old, and my mom and I were here at a AFN, the very one of the first meetings at the time, and I remember driving from my home community with my dad, who was a counselor at the time, and the chief, and coming to the coast and coming here to this land and seeing our people gather because they wanted us to work together. And I remember being a little girl, and that was my first memory, and people were from all over the place, all over the country gathering. And I remember that moment in a profound way, because where I come from, it's like our ceremonies were hidden, our dances were hidden. We just, like my grandmother tells me stories of her having to get a pink slip in order to go to see a dentist or a doctor. You had to get that from the Indian agent where we came from. And coming here, and I remember seeing dancing for the first time. Our people, the language and the culture, especially the culture, very, very strong here in these territories and in these lands. So I want to thank all of your ancestors for keeping those alive, for giving them to the next generation, and for being so strong with culture. So I want to also thank Knowledge Keeper Emery Gabriel for starting us off in a good way. Chimigwach to Chief Greg Gabriel for welcoming us to Sinpinktyn. We are honored to be invited to this assembly to provide, of course, a report to all of you on some of our activities at the Assembly of First Nations, and to personally recognize the hard work and the leadership of the chiefs around this table. We bring greetings on behalf of the Assembly, which includes over 633 strong independent First Nations from coast to coast to coast. The Assembly of First Nations was born in this special place over 44 years ago. So my role, of course, is to advocate for First Nations priorities as directed by chiefs in Assembly, First Nations in Assembly, to protect our collective and our inherent rights. We can't do this work, although, without a strong national executive. So I want to take the time to recognize Regional Chief TG for your leadership, for your expertise that he brings to the table. He's always so balanced. And, this past year, our executive we always look to the advice of anything when Regional Chief TG speaks at our table, it carries a lot of weight, and people recognize the leadership that you all bring through Regional Chief. So thank you so very much. It was so nice to see so many so many BC chiefs, many of you, during the December Special Chiefs Assembly on unceded Algonquin territory in Ottawa. It was a very successful event. We had a record number of ministers attend. The Prime Minister participated and took questions. And for the first time, we passed all the on-time resolution that will set AFN's mandate in the year ahead. We heard you loud and clear, chiefs, that you want resolutions dealt with right off the bat at AFN Assembly so that we can get through the work rather than, the other way around where resolutions wait till day 3. So we're trying, and, we recognize that. We also lift up, of course, the chiefs who acted as movers and seconders on some of these policies, including resolutions focused on coastal protection, intertribal harvesting protocols by Chief Casmer, constitutional rights by Dan Manuel, claims research in person with disabilities with Chief Dan Wilson. It's been a busy start to 2026. Parliament, as you know, is in full swing, and Canada's sovereignty is under threat from multiple directions. In January, we were in the Arctic with the Dene. We talked about the sovereignty of this beautiful country and the sovereignty of our eastern neighbors, the Greenlandic Inuit. Together, we condemned Trump's reckless threats to purchase and control Greenland and his illegal threats against this country. Last week, we were with the chiefs in Alberta, openly discussing the prospects of a referendum on separation later this year. Because an Alberta separation referendum fueled by misinformation and foreign interference will create a risk of a Canadian rupture. Regardless of the region, this is a time that we should be bonding together and discuss how we will unite as a nation against Trump and not join him. So we have made it clear that any proposal to separate any province from Canada is fundamentally illegitimate and unconstitutional without the explicit, prior, informed, and collective consent of the First Nations whose lands and rights predate the formation of the provinces and of Canada. We need to call it what it is, because Albertans need to know that if they choose to vote to separate from Canada, that they can't take the land with them. We all know that this is such an uncertain time in this country's history. We understand Canada is also at a crossroads in its relationship with all of us, with the First Nations. We have been here before. While threats to sovereignty are so new to many Canadians, they're not new to us. Our ancestors have fought on this land to protect our rights as peoples and as nations. We have had to overcome great odds to protect our rights, our laws, our resources, and our waters. When Parliament and provincial legislatures have dishonored the Crown, we have fought in the colonial courts and we won, and we keep winning. Nothing has been given to us, and we are not going back. That is why we're fighting hard for you, and with you in Parliament. As busy as the first couple of months has been, the pace is only going to pick up. During the December Assembly, the Prime Minister committed to finally holding a First Ministers meeting with First Nations in 2026. And I have to thank Regional Chief TG for his guidance. I know we went to meet with the premiers in July of last year in Huntsville, and it was a really difficult meeting. And the premiers and I got in a really heated debate, and I thank Chief TG for being there, for helping. And I'd said to the premiers, you're so disrespectful to national chiefs before me, to First Nations altogether. You gather, you talk about healthcare and education and the prosperity of this country, and we never have a seat at the table. I said, you treat us like little kids. You ask us to come in the day before for an hour, and then you kick us out, and then you really talk. You close the doors and you talk about the issues of this country. That has to change. And then Danielle Smith got up and started it, and yet I took all the things that AFN had in my notes at her. I pulled those all back because I wanted to go in and be nice to everybody. And she said, well, what relevancy is the AFN? And I said, what relevancy do you have? I said, you're trying to give away land that's not yours. That's 6, 7, and 8 land. And, we got into that. And then then Premier Ford chimed in and said, this is not a little kiddie table. This is a decision-making table. I'm like, well, make a decision then and allow us for the first time to work with you and to talk with you about some of these issues and call a First Ministers meeting. So they were thankfully unanimous. The conversations are not going to be easy, but the premiers were unanimous around that table and went to the Prime Minister after. And so I thank the Prime Minister for finally agreeing to that in December. And we have a lot of work to do ahead. Chiefs have told me as well, though, that they see this national gathering as a historic opportunity to finally discuss solutions to some of the jurisdictional challenges that have held back First Nations prosperity throughout this country's history. Discrimination that has prevented First Nations children and families from enjoying the basics that most Canadians take for granted. Clean water, internet, cell phone access, we know this, quality housing in modern schools, basic health care and policing services. That is why our leaders have spent decades calling on First Ministers to jointly address these discriminatory socioeconomic gaps. But we want to make sure that it's done right. Since the Prime Minister responded to our request for a national meeting on First Nations issues, we have talked with officials, our elders, the AFN executive and chiefs about the path forward. And some common themes are emerging during these discussions. First, chiefs are united in saying that this national meeting can't be a one and done. Reconciliation and practical solutions require ongoing dialogue and sustained approaches grounded in jurisdiction, ownership, and shared focus on prosperity for all. That means establishing an ongoing federal, provincial, First Nation mechanism to make sure there is follow-through and socioeconomic gaps are addressed. Second, chiefs have told us not to rush planning. That is why we are proposing a fall meeting. When announcing plans for the First Minister's meeting, Prime Minister Carney also agreed that First Nations will set the agenda. So a fall meeting will ensure that time is provided for our AFN Annual General Assembly in July, and that regional engagement this spring and summer, engagement and dialogue, of course, starts with gatherings just like this. Gatherings like the National Education Forum that we hosted last week in Vancouver, and the National Economic Forum that the AFN is hosting this week in Montreal. Next week, with a national virtual forum for chiefs, I know that that had went out from the AFN. The AFN is creating another opportunity to hear the views directly from chiefs and First Nations on what they want to accomplish with the Prime Minister and the Premiers. If you have not received an invitation yet for any reason, we'll make sure to get that to you. Just let the regional chief or my office know and we'll make sure. There's so much more to report as well. That's First Minister's meeting, but there is more to report, starting with a disappointing federal budget. Last summer, the Prime Minister reassured chiefs that he knew more, and you all remember that when we were in that room with the Prime Minister and our chiefs, directly. He had said that he knew that more, not less, needed to be done in the budget. Unfortunately, instead of closing that, infrastructure gap, we have made, it's making things more difficult. Over the past decade, this budget is a significant setback. Last week, we took concerns that we've been hearing from chiefs directly to Parliament's Finance Committee. Among other things, we raised red flags about, cutbacks in education, healthcare services, and sunsetting programs not being renewed in this budget. The Indian Residential School Resolution Support Program, the Indian Day School Health Program, mental health teams and opioid treatment, adult education. We have been told to be patient, that another plan has been promised, to just trust them. As we sit here today, 4 weeks from the expiration of these vital programs, we see no plan. So next week I will be meeting with every minister, and we'll be back in Ottawa demanding some of those answers. Claims research funding is another major concern that we have regarding Ottawa's November budget. We also recognize Chief Dalton Silver, Sumis, and Proxy Judy Wilson for presenting a resolution on this at the December Assembly. The specific claims process is one of the few mechanisms that First Nations have to seek redress for historical breaches by the Crown. That is why specific claims research funding represents fundamental access to justice. In less than 30 days, the federal budget proposes to dramatically cut investments in claims research. By curtailing First Nations' ability to advance specific claims, this short-sighted decision will only push unresolved grievances into costly litigation. At a time when we should be united and create certainty for the economy, we are calling on Canada to immediately restore the annual funding for specific claims research and work with First Nations to go develop a program that fully meets future demands. Because budgets aren't just accounting exercises. They're important instruments for governments to deliver on their obligation to protect the rights of all citizens. Clean water for First Nations communities is another top priority. While we appreciate the Prime Minister's commitment to table a First Nation clean water legislation this spring, Chiefs made it clear that that was not good enough. More delays to implement clean water legislation is an infringement on our rights, the health and the well-being of our people. If Parliament can ram Bill C5 through of the House in 20 days, First Nations should not have to wait any longer for First Nations clean water legislation this month. In addition to clean water legislation, the federal budget and the First Minister's meeting, we will be back in Ottawa next week to focus on the Indian Act second generation cutoff, federal procurement, First Nations policing and justice reform, and of course the hate crime legislation. So before we conclude, I just want to address some of the hate because I know it has been very, particularly difficult in this province. Justice for First Nations in 2026 means doing something about the hate and the violence directed towards our people. While we have come a long way, we know that the more successful that First Nations become in this country, the more hate rises against us, especially for our women. I see it in my home province of Manitoba. In 2023, after 152 years of Manitoba being a province, A, we got a First Nations premier, but B, 2 First Nations women were elected, and they were appointed as cabinet ministers by our First Nations premier. It was a historic moment for all of us, and we lift up Nahanni Fontaine and Bernadette Smith. But since they were appointed, both have had their constituency offices firebombed. The vandalism and this kind of violence against First Nations is just not acceptable. We see it in Alberta recently, where First Nations are proudly standing up to right-wing separatists. And I know it has not been easy here in this place too. As we plan to come to the Okanagan this weekend, I was moved by a message I received from Penticton Chief Greg Gabriel. His moving condemnation of residential school denialism reflected the priority resolution Chief supported at the December Assembly, which called Canada to criminalize Indian residential school denialism. It also echoed the call from the special interlocutor for missing and unmarked graves and burial sites to fight efforts to rewrite Canada's history. So we look forward to testifying in Parliament this spring to ensure Canada's proposed Bill C9 addresses this hate. And I hope Chief Gabriel and many of you will join us. We have a lot of work to do together in Parliament to change these laws, and my office is open to each and every one of you. That's your office in Ottawa. So before I conclude, we also want to just add our voice and say that we stand with all of you against the BC government's plan to amend the province's Declaration Act. The good news is that even if this BC government caves to the haters, nothing will change the fact that this is First Nations land. No matter how hard this BC government tries, there is no getting around the fact that First Nations rights existed long before colonizers arrived. Because even though our rights are being threatened in new ways, First Nations were not afraid, far from that. First Nations across this country and across this province are stronger than we have ever been. When I ran a couple of years ago now, unity was a central piece of my campaign. Because I'm the first to admit that the AFN, we have our ups and we have our downs. In the years prior to my election, the organization went through some very difficult years, and we still have a way to go. But we are working hard to unify, and when we see chiefs debating and voting on record number of resolutions at our assemblies, I know we are making progress. When we see record attendance at AFN national summits on education, natural resources, they're selling out. When we see chiefs leading the way on so many issues in the media, in Parliament, and across society, I know we are making progress. When Canadians, stop me on the street, and I know that it gives me hope. And when I look around this room, I know that we are making progress. It makes up more than for the hatred that we feel, and it gives each and every one of us hope. So I want to thank you for that. When we think about the history, of course, in this place of the AFN and how it came together in this place over 44 years ago. We have a chance to celebrate our ancestors that got us this far, and looking ahead to the future leaders that are going to make the rest of the climb. Chiefs, you work unbelievably hard and you put yourselves on the line each and every day to help our communities and our families. As National Chief, it's been an honor to advocate for you, standing with you to advance your priorities. Through it all, we'll be there together, just as our people before us wanted us to work together in a good way, to try to get along by strengthening our relations, by being united, and by working together. And just know that the AFN in Ottawa, that's your space. When you need it, reach out. When you need doors open to ministers, you're not alone. We're there to make sure that those doors are open for you. I always tell our staff, when the chiefs call, you answer. And, we're going to continue to do that. So I'm just so thankful and humbled to be here again. I was here when I was 4 years old and with my mom and my dad and driving here, and just nostalgic thinking back about it, and really, really happy and honored for that. So Chimigwech, I think just a couple of other things. I don't know, maybe Regional Chief had told you, but we will be seeing a delegation. We will be going to see the King on June 2nd, I think. June 2nd, I believe. And we'll make a declaration there about, how strong First Nations are in this country, around the world. And we also will be unraveling our artifacts. I know I see some of our young people here that went to get them and bring them back here. Thank you so very much. If you can, I just thank you. Thank you for your work. And we will be unraveling those, unwrapping and doing ceremony, I think, next week. And there's a lot of pieces there that are from BC, and there's many that are unknown. And so we're going to have to go through them piece by piece by piece on which goes where and what do we do with the stuff that we don't know where they belong. Yeah, 60, well, there's 61, well, there was 62 now, but there was 61 that it was tough. It was a tough negotiation. I'll close off on this. And Dr. Point, thank you for coming for ceremony and helping me. And she came with me, we did ceremony there, but it was tough. And there was 61 items initially. It was between the Inuit and the First Nations. And then all of a sudden, the Canadian Council of Catholic Bishops came and said, oh, we found a Métis piece. Here's a dog sled. And then they threw them in there. It threw it in there. So all of a sudden there was another group we had to deal with on the last minute. And then they claimed that there was 4 of those pieces that were theirs. I disputed it. I wouldn't sign off on it. It said First Nations. It's going to come back to Canada saying First Nations. And that's what we did. But it was like an 18-hour grueling night. But I wasn't going to let anybody sign off on our relatives and have anybody take things from us. So we still do have some work to do within. But I'll leave that there. We've brought them home, and I will be going to see the Pope in April just to thank him, and I don't even have a gift for him yet, but God will provide that one way or another. So, but thank you so very much. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, National Chief. I think we have, just looking at the agenda in terms of our time, our lunch is at 12:15, so we do have the BC AFN Women's Representatives presentation and resolution to follow, but we'll take a few moments for some questions, National Chief, if that's okay. And I'll maybe try to take one from each side of the room, so to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to, Chief Paul, number 24?
Is it on? Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'd just like to ask, because we haven't, I think, got any reply, and I think it's not last winter, but the winter before, when you first began to bundle resolutions in, I believe it was Ottawa. There was a bundle of health regulations that went through. And one of the things that was voted on and added to those resolutions was the ask or the mandate for the national body to look at improving the transportation, medical costs, etc. And we haven't heard anything else about it. I think we've asked now, at least on one occasion, from the First Nations Health Council, of which Chief Shanna and I are representatives for Vancouver Island. But I'd really like to know whether there's been any work moving forward. Thank you.
National Chief, we'll take another question. And I'm reminded that we have 4 sides of the meeting because it's a hybrid meeting. Chief Casimir, online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Cheryl Casimir from the community of Akam. I'm calling in from the unceded territory of the Osage people here in Missouri. I would just like to take an opportunity to thank National Chief for her report and just a couple of questions related to that. First of all, thank you, National Chief, for coordinating a meeting with the Prime Minister and the key ministers. I think that it's long overdue, and it's certainly important for us to be able to sit down at that table and have these important conversations and discussions around issues that impact our lives. And so I'm really looking forward to being able to participate in that. And having said that, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to organize ourselves in a way that we maximize the opportunity that is before us and maximize the time that's going to be made available to us. So I'm hoping that something is planned in the near future for us to be able to get together and strategize. The other issue I'd like to raise is more specific to my community, and that's in relation to the community tripartite policing agreements. And just in terms of how ineffective those agreements are. Particularly with the level of service that we receive from the Indigenous policing services. And it's been a constant concern with us, given that we're trying to deal with the gang issues, the drug issues in community, and wanting to have the ability to have the support from the RCMP to work with us in terms of removing those people from community and continuing to enforce our BCRs. But what we've been told is that the Indigenous Policing Services doesn't have the authority to enforce resolutions that come from chief and councils to go towards that level of enforcement that's needed, which makes absolutely no sense to me, given that a resolution is a federal instrument that is provided by an elected body that is recognized federally on federal lands, and we're asking a federal jurisdiction to enforce those. So I'd really like an opportunity to have something set up with the Minister of Public Safety to have a specific discussion around Indigenous policing, because I know that it's a concern, not just with me, but with other nations across the country. And something needs to be done to change that in order for it to become more effective. So thanking you again. Thank you, Regional Chief TG, for the meeting and the opportunity to speak. I won't be participating fully today as I am out of country, but I just wanted to tune in to hear from National Chief and be able to express some of these concerns I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. National Chief, microphone 5.
Oh, absolutely. Look, thank you. Chief will be back in touch on health. I'll get an update on that. I think that is something that's a FMM. I know health is a big issue, and I think chiefs need to decide on our agenda with the provinces and the feds around the table. What are some of those issues? And I think similarly for Chief Casimir on policing, I do want that to be one of the number one issue, because on reserve they're so under-policed, and over reserve we're over-policed, off reserve we're over-policed. And I think with as we begin to talk and organize for this First Minister's meeting, there's a lot that has to go into it. I know that the regional chiefs and I have been meeting at the executive, but we do as well need to call a special chiefs assembly to specifically address a First Minister's meeting and how we address some of these long-standing issues, and keeping in mind that it's probably going to be a 3-hour, 4-hour meeting with premiers and the Prime Minister and ministers around the table. How do we capitalize on that to make sure that there's some of that work going to be done ahead of time? So we are pushing for a fall meeting to give us time to begin to talk to these ministers, and my staff are in the room. If we can make sure that the Minister of Public Safety, we coordinate a discussion between Chief Casimir and Minister Anand Sangri on policing, I think that that's number one, a start. Number two, we need to talk to the minister as well about First Nations policing right across the country, because I think it's coast to coast to coast where many of these communities are, it's tough on a Saturday night when you get a call from a community and they said the RCMP aren't coming in, and having to call the commander in Ottawa just to get help for a First Nation. What other community in this country would deal with that? Well, our people are dealing with that, and I know that when we talk to different levels of government, they're uncomfortable conversations, but we have to finally push forward and tell them what exactly we need from a First Nations perspective rather than the other way around, including on health. So for sure, I'll check up on that and we'll be back in touch, and Chief Casimir will make sure we arrange that for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll do another round, and I do have microphone 11, Chief Spahan.
White, Hantla, Election 1-1, and Jawan, Squash, Lee Span, Cook Beavan, Select Cook. Hello and good morning, everyone. Lee Span, Chief Cowater Band. First, I'd like to say thank you to Elder Emery Gabriel for the opening prayer this morning, and Whitney for the powerful song that she sang. And I'd like to say thank you to Chief Greg Gabriel for allowing us to do this important work in his house. Thank you for your report, National Chief. I just have a question. When is the National AFN going to come back to BC and have a meeting here in British Columbia? I'd like to see that again, because we're always traveling back east and it's a long trip. And I'd like to know when that's going to happen, as well as a trip to the Nicola Valley to meet with our chiefs. Cookjam, thank you.
Final call. Anyone else have a question for the National Chief? Microphone 19, amongst the shadowy figures.
I'm not standing, Harold. Thank you. Lamhailtoch is my name, Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas. I want to acknowledge the Silk people and Chief Gabriel and the prayers this morning, and thank you, National Chief, for being here and for your advocacy on the specific claims file. Really appreciate that. One of the things that has gone by the wayside a little bit, and I think it's still in the minds of a lot of people, and actually I should have been in New Zealand instead of here, and talking about these things, is the Indigenous laws of our people and the application of Indigenous laws in resource management and fisheries. And I know we had a couple of forums hosted by the AFN on Indigenous laws, and I think it's a worthwhile pursuit to uphold our rights. I went into some deliberations with the provincial government for a lot of years, and one of the strengths that one of our legal folks said was the use of our cultural ways, the use of our Snowiath, that the teachings of our people that form the laws of our people on our lands. And I think that's something that we need to stress. It's a revival of our Indigenous laws, but it's also a maintenance of who we are as people. And I'm hoping that we can revisit that and hold another Indigenous laws forum sometime in the near future. Thanks, National Chief.
Thank you. Is that microphone 22 for the last question?
Yes, microphone 22. Kisa Gwirnam Piniskir, Hokaklik Donald Sam, Good morning, everyone. My name is Donald Sam. I'm the chief of the Akiskalik First Nation. I'd start by thanking the elder for the prayer this morning and Whitney's beautiful song to get us started. National Chief, thank you for coming out here. I was expecting you to be on Zoom, and it's a delight to see you in person. And I just wanted to emphasize, here in British Columbia, the diversity of Indigenous languages and culture. I believe there's 35 different languages. I spoke Tunacha in my introduction. I spoke Kootenai, and that's one of the 2 language isolates that we have here in British Columbia. And then all the various dialects on the different languages, and prioritizing, elevating the importance of holding on to our Indigenous languages and supporting us, especially here in BC, where there is so much diversity, so many different needs, and people at different levels. Some in this area, they've got a beautiful school, language immersion for youth and for adults, and others where there isn't so much resources available. But I know in BC we are special. I like to say I know that we're special for many reasons, but our diversity in Indigenous languages is definitely one of them.
Thank you very much, and all good questions. Chief Spahan, and first of all, AFN, I know that we've had a lot of forums in the territory, and you're right, we're due for one. I know this summer, Ottawa, so how AFN works is every December they just automatically stay in Ottawa. That's where we meet the Prime Minister, ministers. The July national meeting of chiefs can travel anywhere, and cities and different people bid for them. So I know Ottawa won, interestingly enough, Ottawa won for this July assembly. The following July, though, and it is an election year at that point, that's going to be open for bids shortly, and I'm sure that there'll be a. I'm looking at Terry because he makes the decision later on where it goes. So I'll leave that with BC to consider a bid or not with others across the country. I'll leave that there. And yes, I will come to your territory. My staff are here. We'll find a date, and I can't wait to visit. But I'm going to come in a couple more months when it's a little greener. But I was looking outside, and I thought, what a beautiful, I just love BC. We don't get that out east very much. Chief Silver, thank you for your commitment, your love, your prayers. I always tell everybody, I'm like, he's probably one of the most spiritual chiefs in our country that you always have been. And I remember watching you, and so I always appreciate your life. And you're right, we have to get back to our Indigenous laws and resource management when we are talking about this country and developing. There's so much unrest between all these different companies and First Nations as they're just trying to get that quick buck, right? And they have to remember that there's First Nations here, and many call the office. It's unreal sometimes the calls we get. I'm like, well, call the band, call the First Nation, go visit the people first before they'll tell you about the laws of the land. And I know that I look for your advice and support on that leading into the First Minister's meeting. What does that agenda look like? And I look around this room, and it's not my agenda, it's the First Nations agenda. And how do we move the diameter forward a little bit for our people, and pushing levels of government around this country to begin to finally give us a seat at the table, but have the political will to move on some of these issues. And I think that the Prime Minister had said to me, I want to talk about economics. And I think that feeds right into it then, that we find our way through that when we do that agenda, when we come to them and we come to terms on certain issues economically. It's not just go and bulldoze and build. I think they think that, let's meet with First Nations and things will be a lot easier. Yeah, it would be, because now you're finally talking to us. But I know there's a lot of work, and this is just the start of it, and it can't be a one and done meeting. Like I said, we have to make sure we push for follow-up and follow up again after that. So that's just kind of on that. When we talk about revitalizing our languages, the 35 languages in BC, absolutely. I also want to say as well that I thank Chief Dr. Ron Ignace, Commissioner, for all of his hard work to date. He had told me, though, that he was not going to, he's going to retire on that front, and I don't believe him, because I'm sure he'll work on that till forever. So, but I do want to say that there's a languages commissioner. If anybody wants to come and move to Ottawa, you let Terry and I know. But I know that AFN, we've put that call out as well as the federal government, to look for, an up and coming language commissioner, and to do some of that hard work. It's some of them are sleeping, but they can always wake up. And, I know that there's the diversity of language right across this country, but it's what keeps us who we are as First Nations people. So to always try and keep our language and our culture alive is so, so important to the next generation, and particularly in a time when, there's so much unrest around the world. And I was telling some young people from my home, I'm like, do you guys know how to can? Like, do you remember the old ways that our grandparents taught us in language and taking care of ourselves off the land? And it's kind of scary, because we're so reliant on all the new ways of life, but we have to remember our old ways of life, and our old ways of doing things as First Nations people are the new ways that we should be doing things and living and being and knowing. So lots to do and lots of work on that, and I just wanted to say that as well. I think March, in the next few days here, I think, is the cutoff for if people want to apply to be the next commissioner. It's a big job ahead, but I do thank Dr. Ignace for his love and for pushing that forward in this country. What a great job he has done. And, to push really hard to get that languages legislation through the House of Commons was a difficult task, but my hands are up to him and my heart is up to him. And I want to thank him for all that. But thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, National Chief. I'll ask the Regional Chief to close the session, and then we'll move to our next agenda item.
Yeah, thank you, Harold. Thank you, National Chief, for all the work that has been going on over the last several years during your term, and also during your term as Regional Chief from Manitoba. Maybe I'll shed some light on some of the questions. Certainly health has always been an issue, especially with patient care, and also the funding that's been inadequate. Here in British Columbia, we have 204 First Nations. Vast majority, 80%, are in remote areas, and there's a lot of challenges. Just want to thank Alan Louie from Okanagan Territory, who represents BC at the First Nations Chiefs Committee on Health. In terms of policing, we are really advocating and trying to get across the finish line the essential services legislation on policing. So you can have your tripartite agreements or your own police force. There's been challenges there, in particular with how provinces and territories are involved. So I have a meeting on Monday with Regional Chief Abram Benedict, where there might be a possibility of seeing what Ontario is doing. So I think there's a possibility that there's positive movement on that, because we've been working on this for 3 years now. I just want to acknowledge the task group, Chief Dean Nelson, who have in Statlium, they have their own police force, and Chief Jerry Jack, who used to be RCMP police officer, and also in Washington State as our representatives on some of the justice and task force. Lastly, I certainly want to be anywhere other than Ottawa for the AGM. But it's a bid process. I did host it in my first year, 2018. That was an election year. And just post-COVID, we held it in Vancouver in 2022. It's a bid process. We put in bids with our partners, and it is expensive. I don't know what to say about that, Lee. The proverbial chief saying, "I'll see what I can do." No, I'm more than happy to host it in Vancouver because it's easier on us out here. But yeah, certainly British Columbia offers a lot. I mean, look at this place. Maybe back here one of these years. Yeah, come back to Penticton and have a national meeting here as it started. So with that, I do have a gift for you, and just let's give it up for National Chief once again.
Thanks, Cindy. Thank you very much, National Chief. It was great to be reminded of the women leaders. In 1982, I happened to, when that meeting was here, I was working for the Union of Ontario Indians on Anishinaabe Nation, and the first woman chief in Canada was Elsie Knott in the 1950s. And she was an elder for the Union of Ontario Indians, and it's just sort of a great reminder, like this location and these comments are a great reminder of sort of the legacy of our shared past. So I really appreciate that. Thanks again. I do need to move us. I'll note that our lunch is scheduled for 12:15, so we have about 20 minutes. But I do want to make sure we get to hear from the BC Women's representative, and so please help me welcome Vice Chief Cheryl Rule with Coldwater Indian Band, who's clearly winning the hat game.
It's a good day. Welcome chiefs, leaders, elders, knowledge keepers, and community members, and special guests. In Shkwesh Ni Shemyam, which means rainbow, that was given to me by my grandfather. I was gifted that as a young child, and I'm very proud to carry that name. My English name is Cheryl Rule. I am from Insuletco, Coldwater Band. I am the Vice Chief of Coldwater, as well as the BCAFN Women's Representative. This is my second year, and I'm really happy to work with, the board and all the staff. It's been an amazing journey, and I've really learned a lot being in this role. My grandparents are Peter and Ada Bob and Paul and Lily Oppenheim from Insuletco, and my parents are Bill and Beverly Bob, and I'm very grateful to have a wonderful family. We reside in Insuletco, and it's called Skalkaks, and it's a place of muddy water. I'm very happy and grateful to be presenting to you here on this beautiful land, the ancestral, traditional, and unceded territories of the Senkeepin. Gukshjam to Chief Gabriel, Elder Emery, as well as Whitney for that powerful, welcoming song. It really touches my heart to hear, our prayers in song, because it really uplifts us to be grounded, as well as help us continue the good work that we're doing. I want to say Gukshjam to the National Chief for her opening remarks and for making time to join with us. My objective as BCAFN Women's Representative is to provide trustworthy and transparent leadership while advocating for human rights, universal dignity, environmental justice, and the rights of First Nations peoples. My focus includes enhancing governance, human resources, and policy development, while preserving language, culture, and traditional knowledge in collaboration with First Nations knowledge keepers and elders. At the national level, I sit on the AFN Women's Council and the Chiefs Committee of Justice, and we're having our first in-person meeting for the BCAFN Women's Council, and I'm the chair of that table. I'm committed to raise awareness for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, 2SLGBTQIA+ people, and men and boys. Supporting healing for residential school survivors and promoting the welfare of our children in care. Additionally, I prioritize preventive initiatives for vulnerable youth and young adults affected by ongoing drug crisis. Last month, I participated in the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Indigenous Roundtable on the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA+ peoples on February 11th and 12th, 2026. A two-day gathering where we focused on advancing safety, justice, and equity for First Nations women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA+ people. Key priorities including combating human trafficking, providing an update on the First Nations-led Red Dress Alert, and ensuring that major projects embedded enforceable safety and accountability measures. We as leaders need to work together to have BC implement the Red Dress Alert. Emphasis was placed on implementation of the calls for justice through the justice system reform, equitable healthcare, culturally safe services, and prevention grounded in First Nations knowledge. While attending, I highlighted the First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan developed by BCAFN with advocates, families, and survivors, and which prioritize strengthening leadership and representation, restoring wellness and cultural identity, and eliminating systematic discrimination. In addition, I've advocated that addressing human trafficking requires coordinated, systematic solutions, not just crisis response. First Nations communities need greater capacity and resources to address online human trafficking, recruitment, and exploitation, including family training and sustained funding for community-led prevention. We further call for solutions to be cross-jurisdictional, well-resourced, and First Nations-led. In my community of Coldwater Indian Band, we have been doing a lot to focus on local prevention, which starts at all levels of education. We have advocated for the use of the Indigenized Kids in the Know program. This is an age-appropriate curriculum that helps children build personal safety skills, both online and offline. This program has been developed to use the Intlagupmuth gene, and the silk is currently being worked on. And I'm very proud of that work. I started this work about 9 years ago, and we're finally seeing the school district actively change it to be culturally led. At the same time, a broader investment in First Nations-led community safety and culture and critical infrastructure are urgently required, as current federal funding falls short of closing long-standing gaps in housing, water, healthcare, schools, and so much more. A second area of focus has been on implementation of the BCAFN Resolution 02/2023 calls for the MMIWG-2S legislation. There is continued widespread recognition that additional action is required to better support First Nations women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA+ people who are victims and survivors of crime, as well as their families. BCAFN continues to participate in an informal working group dedicated to advancing this work. Alongside the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association, UBCIC, BCFNJC, and the BC Native Women's Association, and to collaborate with the creators of the grassroots of MMIW G2S Plus database called Midnight Order. We have been working with Maggie Mills in partnership with a working group to finalize an environmental scan that eliminates gaps and strengths within the latest legislative and policy frameworks. This includes further analysis of potential legislative mechanisms to strengthen federal accountability and enhance coordination and standards across jurisdictions. This environmental scan will result in a comprehensive advocacy plan to address the identified gaps. Efforts are also underway to secure funding to support the implementation associated advocacy plan and to expand the resources rooted in the environmental scan. This initiative aligns with the support expressed by the BC Chiefs for the national inquiry into the MMIW G2S Plus calls for justice, and the BCAFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan, and reflects BCAFN's previous engagement with families and survivors to inform the development of the National Action Plan for implementing the calls for justice, and current engagement that took place at the dialogue session in June 2025. An additional incentive led by BCAFN is the establishment of the BCAFN councils. Pursuant of Resolutions 01/2025 and 02/2025, which were carried by chiefs in the Assembly and supported the creation of the BCAFN Women's Council, and the BCAFN 2SLGBTQQIA+ councils. We are pleased to convey the first in-person meeting on these councils is this week. We extend a warm welcome to all council members and express our sincere appreciation for their time, leadership, and commitment to this important work. As you are aware, this work is directly in line with the implementation of the Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan, which seeks to increase BC's First Nations regional representation at all levels of governance. The BCAFN 2SLGBTQQIA+ representative and I acknowledge that further action is required to meaningfully advance and respond to the priorities of BC First Nations women, girls, and 2SLGBTQQIA+ peoples. This week, the council members and the BCAFN representatives are here to undertake foundational work to formally establish each council in alignment with the United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and to uphold the 2019 National Inquiry specific calls for justice for First Nations women, girls, and 2SLGBTQQIA+ peoples. Not only do these calls emphasize the importance of a distinct based approach that recognizes the unique safety challenges forced by BC First Nations, women, girls, and 2SLGBTQQIA+ people, but to ensure we uplift their participation and perspective within our advocacy. Although the BCAFN 2SLGBTQQIA+ representative and I may be absent at times this week, we value attending the BCAFN Special Chiefs Assemblies and annual general meetings. However, the concurrent BCAFN Council meetings require participation throughout this week. Our absence does not reflect a lack of interest in the discussions or an important contribution being made. This is a new incentive. We are working to improve future coordination to avoid conflicts in the future, ensuring council members can fully participate in the SCA and related meetings. I would like to invite all women chiefs, women youth in leadership to our caucus meeting in March on 24th and 25th in Kelowna. Please register. If you need any information, please connect with me or Oreen. We, as women in leadership, is our inherent right and responsibility. We are the keepers of the laws and legal traditions, culture, language, and values, as we have been since time beyond memory. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Regional Chief, the BCAFN Board, my fellow elected representatives, and the BCAFN staff for their dedication, commitment, and meaningful work each of you contribute every day. I would also like to say Guksham to the chiefs for receiving my update today. I am available to answer any questions the Assembly might have. If there's no questions, I continue to look forward to providing future reports on the progress to implement the BCAFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan at meetings and gatherings such as today. Good job.
Thank you very much for that, Cheryl. We'd like to take a few minutes, if we could, Chiefs and Proxies, to move to the resolution. The representative has spoken to Resolution 1, which is the endorsement of the BCAFN Women and 2S LGBTQIA People's Dialogue Session, What We Heard report, and support for implementation of its 105 recommendations. We do have a mover, Chief Casimir, Cookby Casimir, who's present, and Chief Jerry Jack, who's also present. As you see the resolution in your on-time package, this is the report that's available to you in the digital package, and there were copies available when you arrived as well. The 11 whereases basically speak to the fact that First Nations women have always been central to leadership, governance, and nation building. They note that when protections shift without meaningful participation, the consequences are immediate and deeply felt, particularly by First Nations women and girls and the Two-Spirited community. They reference 4 articles within the UN Declaration that support this particular work, and between whereases E and I, they really describe the work that went into designing the BCAFN's First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan. And they note how this report, Healing in Action, builds on that foundation. So therefore, be it resolved that 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully support and endorses the 2025 Healing in Action, What We Heard report from the First Nations Women and 2S LGBTQIA+ People's Dialogue session on June 2025, and call on the Regional Chief, BCAFN Women's Representative, and the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative to advocate for long-term sustainable funding to ensure the implementation of the 105 recommendations across all levels of government and other related sectors, and to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly, direct the BCAFN to incorporate the 2025 Healing in Action, What We Heard report's recommendations into the Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan to ensure the plan remains responsive, community-driven, and reflective of evolving priorities. I look to the mover and seconder if they wish to comment. Microphone 29.
Cook's Jam, so Cook Beavers and Casimir, Tacoma to Schwabunk. Very honored to be moving this here resolution number 1, and just want to hold my hands also up to Vice Chief Cheryl Rule for her role with this here particular portfolio, and just really extend that appreciation. And just that I fully endorse, the 2025, Healing in Action, What We Heard report, and supporting that 105 recommendations moving forward, and appreciate the advocacy for the long-term sustainable funding as well that's been identified in there, and also to direct the BCAFN to embed those 2025 recommendations, that plan, those recommendations into the Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan. So Cook's Jatcham.
Chief Jack, did you wish to speak to it? Okay, fine. I looked at the delegation, the chiefs and proxies, and participatory representatives. Is there a need for comment or any questions on this resolution? I look here in the room and online. Is there a need for comment or any questions or objections to this resolution? Seeing none and having the question called, any objections to this resolution? Any objections to this resolution? Seeing none. Any abstentions to this resolution? Any abstentions? Seeing none here and in the room, or online. With your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we declare this adopted by unanimous consent, and thank you very much. We are at lunch. I look to just check with the knowledge keepers to see if we need to do, or the elder, to see if we need to do any blessing for the lunch, or it was our prayer powerful enough to have covered all of that. So powerful were our prayers. Lunch awaits you. We reconvene at 1:15 for the commemoration of the 1982 founding of the Assembly of First Nations. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Just a couple minutes, so we're going to look to reconvene. So I'll give you a quick transition to do that and make your way back to your chairs. Thank you very much. Your conversations and make your way back to your seats, please. We'll look to get started with the commemoration of the 1982 National Indian Brotherhood Conference, where the Assembly of First Nations Charter was agreed to. Just as a little bit of history in that, so it was agreed to here, the first national chief was elected here, and then in 1985 it was finalized at an assembly in Vancouver. Just a couple of acknowledgements as you're gathering and wrapping up your conversations. We did hear from Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. He and Joan are in Vancouver today with some medical appointments, and so are unable to be here and do express their regrets that they couldn't be here, and we send them our best wishes. I did want to note that the Penticton Indian Band High School has sent over a group of students, and if the students and their teachers wouldn't mind standing briefly, let's give them some thanks. And you may recall that the National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse-Niebenak, mentioned in her speech that as a 4-year-old, her mother drove from Manitoba to Penticton to attend that founding assembly at the Peach Bowl here in Penticton. I did want to note, as the National Chief is making her way to a chair here, that tomorrow is the National Chief's birthday. So if I may be so bold, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, National Chief, happy birthday to you. Many staff have approached me to remind me not to mention the age. But there's some math involved in this next moment. So with that, Regional Chief, did you wish to say any remarks before we turn to the video?
Once again, just acknowledge, it was many years ago, 44 years ago, the birthplace of the Assembly of First Nations, which National Chief and myself represent. It really a moment in time where there was many discussions, the constitutional express back to Ottawa to really uphold and repatriate ourselves as First Nations and defining ourselves who we are as First Nations people in the context of this place we call Canada. We all know who we are and where we belong, which nations, for better or for worse, claim us. I'm Takla, they claim me, I claim to be Takla. And many of these moments in time, as we've seen with the white paper, where we were challenged across this country about our title, our rights, our definition as First Nations peoples, that, you know, those moments in time that we had to come together and as I said, you know, here in British Columbia, many great leaders from the Okanagan territories, from all over British Columbia. I mentioned a few, from Calder and Nishka to the Joe Mathias, George Watts, the late Bill Wilson, late great George Manuel, and the list goes on. And that really demonstrates how important British Columbia is in terms of the national conversation of First Nations rights. It's not only in Canada, but it's on an international basis where we've seen many of these court cases go ahead. And we fought, and you fought, and for your nation's rights, going from Calder all the way up to the recent Cowichan decision, the Tsilcotin decision on title. You know, it's momentous in terms of defining who we are as First Nations peoples in this place we call British Columbia. So to all those that went before us, you know, we stand on great shoulders. I mean, I'm in the shadow of these people, and we're in the shadow of these. Some of them are still here. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, Grand Chief Edward John, and the likes of those that continue to fight for our rights, title, and interests. And I suppose as we move along, some of these fights carry on, and it's we always stated, even back then, we saw those leaders talk about we don't want to put this on our kids, but those kids are here now. It's Cindy, it's myself, it's others. And we're saying the same thing. We don't want to put this on our kids. And it's you, the kids that are here, that are from schools, that provide perhaps, the fight that we continue for our First Nations peoples in this place called British Columbia will carry on with your leadership. We're not all here going to last. I know I won't carry on as a regional chief until I'm done. I'm not done with being a BCAFN regional chief, but there's going to come the time that there's a succession. So that's why it's important that we have Crystal, we have Pale, we have youth here, and youth initiatives to know and understand what we're doing and what we're fighting for. Because eventually you'll take that mantle and carry on. Just want to acknowledge that moment in time as a birthplace. Our first national chief, Dr. David Ahenecue from the FSIN from Saskatchewan, up to many of the national chiefs, Phil Fontaine, Ovid Mercury, BC, Sean Atleo, Phil Fontaine, the many national chiefs that we had previously, and up to Perry Bellegarde and Cindy Woodhouse-Nepinek as our national chiefs. So, a long history, and also here in British Columbia, I'm really proud to be from BC, and the headway and all the fight that we have in us in here in British Columbia. As diverse as we are, 204 First Nations, 60% of the First Nations Indigenous languages out of Canada come from British Columbia, and how diverse we are, and yet we still come together. That really tells how much we believe in each other, rather celebrate our differences. Certainly, we have our discussions and disputes, I suppose. But when push comes to shove, we stand with each other and fight for our rights as Indigenous peoples, as First Nations peoples. And sometimes we have to protect those rights. Certainly, I know in this territory and other areas in British Columbia that we need to make sure that it's protected, and sometimes that is speaking up in regards to some things that are happening, such as hunting and fishing rights with the Métis. We have to speak up and make it well known of our positions of who the rightful owners of these lands are. And the other difficult, and I'm just reminded, another difficult situation I know the Okanagan are dealing with is the issue of the border, and south of the border, United States. Some of your family, perhaps some of your relations, wanting to be consulted, or perhaps having a say in what happens over in this side of the border in Canada and British Columbia. It's happening here on the south. It's happening in the north, in terms of Alaska, and it's not lost on me that it's becoming more of an issue. So certainly it's on our radar, and more importantly, I think we have to bring it on a national discussion to understand that here it's our First Nations people on this side of the border have the rightful say in what happens, and in terms of consultation or perhaps even accommodation. So that's another ongoing issue that has risen over the last several years that needs to be, I suppose, raised and discussed. Nevertheless, we're here at this moment to commemorate this place that the Assembly of First Nations was born as previously with the National Indian Brotherhood and the AFN. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Back in 1982, there was a lot of First Nations across Canada rising up and really advocating for recognition of our human rights.
The Assembly of First Nations was created because it had to be created. First Nations from coast to coast were fed up with the way they were being treated in their own homeland.
At that time, the Assembly of First Nations met at the inaugural meeting in Penticton.
People didn't have money at the time for flights, and people drove. Like, people were there from the East Coast, from northern Alberta, but people were uniting together.
It was really born out of the National Indian Brotherhood.
A brotherhood, helping each other through tough times when they're trying to protect their families and their communities.
The National Indian Brotherhood was a response to the white paper that wanted to see our First Nations integrated into general society and wipe us of our rights, wipe us of our recognition as sovereign people. There was many First Nations leaders that met in Penticton to discuss how best to move forward, how were we going to best engage with the federal government, and created the Assembly of First Nations at that time.
It was all of our ancestors, our grandmothers and grandfathers, who fought really hard to change the way that we were being treated in our own country.
There's 630 plus communities, and it was really important that the AFN bring us all together to have one voice and advocate. The first national chief was appointed, and then was Dr. David Hedecue.
Well, the AFN has been instrumental in many fronts. Day school settlement, the residential school settlement, Stephen Harper and that apology. That didn't come lightly, that came from a push from the AFN. Also, of course, their long-standing fight at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal on child welfare.
The work that we're doing to influence policy, whether that's with fisheries or natural resources or child welfare policies, and the work that we're doing with the federal government to implement the United Nations Declaration Act, which is a recognition of our human rights to govern ourselves.
We're going to see the King this year, a delegation for the first time ever, and we're going to make declarations about the unity of this country. My grandfather signed Treaty Number 2 on August 21st of 1871 with Queen Victoria. And when I'd met with the King earlier last year, I brought the treaty medal and we talked about that, and I said, like, our families created this country and this isn't what my ancestor would have wanted. That one group is dealing with poverty and lack of opportunities, lack of jobs, limited housing, a $351 billion infrastructure gap.
As a First Nations person in Canada, there's always been this relationship we have with Canada. It's born out of colonization. At some point in our history, that relationship will change for the betterment for our future generations. Many of the leaders at that time said, we don't want to put this on our children. And now the children are taking over. And now we're saying the same thing. And I certainly hope that we get the majority of the work done now so we don't burden our children to recognize our sovereignty, self-determination for the betterment of all our First Nations peoples going into the future.
We set aside a few minutes to see if any of the other delegation were present during that meeting and if they wish to speak to their experiences and the legacy that that meeting has had on so many of us. I look online to see if there's anybody who wishes to speak to it. Chief. Please welcome Chief Gabriel back to the podium.
Thank you. I, myself, and my brother were council members back in 1982. And as I mentioned in my earlier remarks this morning, one of the leaders, strong Silks woman leader that belonged to the North American Indian Brotherhood, National Indian Brotherhood, was our mother. And there's no doubt we had so many strong leaders from that time, even before then. Our history shows that. And I'm proud to say that I am honored to carry on that legacy. Myself and my family, we love our community, love our people, and more importantly, we love our children. Carrying on that legacy is something that we will always put in the minds of our children, because I'm also proud to say that my daughter sits at the council table with me. Could you stand, please? So, I guess my point is the legacy of the National Indian Brotherhood, even though it was such a strong and powerful organization that transitioned into the Assembly of First Nations that we all are part of now. The message keeps getting stronger, and it's so important with strong leadership such as yourselves, that we have to continuously fight vigorously to make a better future for our children. I mentioned earlier that the blood that runs through our veins comes from our ancestors. And what infuriates me is that we have to prove to the Canadian government who we are. We need to make sure that our voices are so strong and make sure that we have that rightful place, not at the table. We have to have that rightful place in all of Canada and what they do. So thank you for holding the meeting here today. It's such a significant event today because it did happen here on St. Pinkton, unceded, unsurrendered territory back in 1982. Thank you.
I wanted to provide a little bit of context, a cute one, in that there's a photo in there of the Peach Bowl. I'm not positive, but I think I'm in that photo. And it was the first national meeting I'd ever attended. I was in my first off-the-reserve job after having graduated university. And I was working at the time when the National Indian Brotherhood and the Constitutional Express were fighting for recognition in the Constitution. And by way of context, I believe it was April 17th, 1982 was Patriation Day of the Canadian Constitution here on Parliament Hill, containing Section 35, affirmation and recognition of our Aboriginal inherent and treaty rights. So that was due to their work. I would encourage anyone, Regional Chief mentioned Chief Bill Wilson. And I remember him in 1984 in the follow-up constitutional conferences sparring with Prime Minister Trudeau and foretelling of Jody Wilson-Raybauld's role in Justin Trudeau's government. So if you ever get a chance to watch the NFB film Dancing Around the Table, which Chief Bill Wilson produced and directed, that really takes you into the drama of what that was like for our people to essentially be restructuring Canada. I would say just my final comment on that would be, I've been fortunate in my career to have started my career at that point, but I've also been fortunate to witness one of the most fundamental decisions I thought the chiefs ever made, which was to create the position of the national chief. That has done so much, and I got to serve as the chief of staff for National Chief Ovid Mercurdy when he fought in the Charlottetown Accord for increasing the recognition of our inherent and treaty rights in the Constitution. And I've had the great privilege of working in some shape or form for every one of our national chiefs. And so that's been a great, like, to see that video and to take this moment here has really been a fabulous experience for me. So with that, I'll look to the national chief to see if you wish to have any final remarks about that experience. I know you were 4, so you were a bit beyond the diaper stage of some of our others. So microphone 30, and then I'll turn it back to the regional chief as well.
Well, thank you. And I've got to leave in a few minutes. I had another phone call with our housing minister who promised me 10% carve out of his $13 billion, but I want it on paper. And so far he's kind of avoiding that, but I'm going to push hard today. So I got to leave soon. But I just want to say thank you all for welcoming us here to be with all of you. And, looking back at that video, I seen it for the first time last night. I don't think anybody told me what I was being interviewed for in that video, but sometimes that's how the days go in Ottawa. They're very busy. We have a lot of work to do. And our kids are still without the basics in this country, without high-speed internet and hospitals in our communities, and just so many disparities that we still see. I know that we've come a long way. I asked Phil Fontaine one day, I said, National Chief, I said, have we made progress? And he says, oh yeah. He said back then, he said, we didn't have any lawyers, and we've got Corey Wilson now, and all these young lawyers up and coming. He said, we have doctors, we have school teachers. And then my mom reminds me of a time when she got her degree through, at that time, the AFN was really pushing BUNTEP program, a Native teacher education program. And she got her degree, and then because Indians never ever had degrees or were able to teach, they put my mom as a secretary for 1 year, even though she had her degree, because we were so colonized, right? We couldn't even fathom that an Indian could teach in the school. And that's where we've come from. And I was talking to a little girl in the hallway today, and her dad, one of the chief's daughters, and I said, keep coming to these events, because if there's one thing that my father did for me, he dragged me everywhere. He just didn't trust to leave me anywhere, so I'd have to come to a meeting every day. But I always say that these tables and what we learn from each other is so much more important than you're gonna learn in a university class that you attend every day. I'm not saying not to get your degree, but remember where you come from, especially to the young people in the room, and remember when you're being taught in university that those are just theories. When you come back to this table, this is where the truth is, and this is the true history of this country. The AFN, as I had said, it's not perfect, but I think that by working together, finding the common issues that bring us together rather than divide us is going to keep us strong, and to always respect and love each other. And and I just look to the strong leadership of, I look at Regional Chief Terry, he's going to choke me for this, but we do look at him like a knowledge keeper around the Regional Chiefs table in a good way, for his advice, for his love, his guidance, and he's so balanced. He's never one way or another, and we always appreciate the leadership of BC. And so on behalf of my dad and mom who brought me here, I thank them for that. But I also thank them for, my dad always had the utmost respect for the chiefs of BC, and I'll continue to carry that, because Your strength is here. And yes, you are diverse. Yes, you have your own issues and overlap of land at times. And you see that, right? Everyone thinks BC's this hand-in-hand place. I said they are, but they've got their issues too. But it's so, at the end of the day, though, to sit together and to be reminded of where we've come from and how far we have to go. And Dr. Gwen Point and I are going to see the Pope in April, April 9th. And so she's going to take me. And, you know, we have to tell this country what our people have been through. And we need that space. And I know that, you know, Terry's work and the work of former national chiefs, former chiefs as well, for that space at 100 Wellington in Ottawa, that we start to push to have our own museum nationally. I know there's some all around the country, but when people come to Ottawa, that they're reminded and educated about who First Nations people are and how diverse we are. Because a lot of people just think we're one, but we have different languages, different cultures, different laws and ways of doing things. But we are one in the sense that we're all under a terrible thing and called the Indian Act that has, we're the only people around the entire world, all of us around this room, we're the only people around the entire world that are legislated. And I tell Canadians this, and they take a step back, and I said, you know, it's complicated, and we have a tough relationship still in this country, so we have a long way to go. I also look for your guidance, your support, your love as we work towards the First Ministers meeting, what our ancestors did and what our relatives did before our time. In that video, you see a lot of the, you know, constitutional discussions. Can you imagine how hard it was back then? And I think that this year, when we start these First Ministers meetings, they're going to be just as tough. So I ask you for ceremony, guidance, and that we work and stand together as we try to move the dial a little bit, so that some of these issues, if we deal with them now, our young ones coming up after us don't have to deal with them. They could fix more issues. And, you know, I'm just going to leave that there and say that. But thank you so very much, and congratulations, and thank you to Penticton, that we do have to have, you know, a bigger national AFN event here in the years ahead, because we have to remember where we come from. So, Regional Chief, thank you so very much. Harold, such a pleasure. I've known you since I can't even remember when, but here you are again. So we're always so proud of you, and you're the best facilitator this country has ever seen. So thank you so very much. Miigwech.
According to me.
Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words, National Chief, and Chief Gabriel, acknowledging, you know, the acknowledgements of your mother. I too have to do the same. A year ago, in this physical world, I had my sister Sandra Nachnox and my mother still here. Gunswin. I lost my sister to that terrible disease called cancer in August, and a month later my mother to that same terrible disease. And, you know, the leadership of women is very important, as many of our nations are matrilineal, and I certainly am one of those nations. And I remember, you know, back in the 60s, 70s, the homemakers, the Indigenous women that gathered across this province, that ended up becoming a political force, acknowledging not only Indigenous women's rights, but the current state of affairs we're in, that became a voice. So acknowledge on the Indigenous women that, you know, the life givers. I wouldn't be here without my mom. So thank you, and now we have a national chief, a woman national chief, and a second one. And you know, this is really important as we progress with this thing we call the Assembly of First Nations. So thank you, Harold. as I said, you're more than welcome to come back anytime you want to chair a meeting. I hope you come back in fall. Oh, gave the thumbs up, so here we go. At our meeting in Vancouver. So once again, happy birthday, National Chief, and safe travels. Thank you all for this moment in time, and thanks to those that have passed on, our ancestors that brought us here. So really want to acknowledge that too as well. So thank you. Masito.
Thank you all very much for that. We'll carry on with the agenda, and as you'll look, you'll see we are going to turn to the Justice Update, and we are joined by the Chair of the First Nations Justice Council online. And, you know, I think it's altogether appropriate segue that the other daughter, and matriarch in her own right of Chief Bill Wilson joins us here today. In that sparring with Pierre Trudeau, he mentioned, Bill mentions that he has two daughters that are, what he says is that the government of BC was willing to fly out that day if the Prime Minister would step down. So with that, both Corey Wilson and the Regional Chief will speak to the Justice File. We'll turn to Corey first to give the Regional Chief a chance for a transition here. Corey, you're online.
Great. Can you hear me?
Awesome.
Great. Thank you. Now I wish I was there. I was hoping to try to come in person, but thank you all for your kind words about my dad and Terry mentioning your mom, of course, as well. I mean, we all do stand on the backs of our ancestors, and we have an obligation to continue the hard work that they've done. And I know for me, when things get really tough, I remember that my life is infinitely better than that of my ancestors. And, I never had to go to residential school. I was given the support and what I needed to attend post-secondary and be able to be self-determining and provide a pretty good life for my children. So really grateful for that. And I'd just like to acknowledge the territory that you're on, and I'd let you know that I am coming from the Musqueam territory where I live and have been living for quite a while. So really grateful to be here today. I know there is a slide presentation. I can't see the slides, but I will just try to I guess if somebody could just help me try to move them ahead, but just really grateful to be here today. It's been 6 years since the Justice Strategy came about. And as you know, it came from the BC First Nations, BC Assembly of First Nations, the First Nations Summit, and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs formed to create this today. So the next slide, slide 2, again, is the slide up? Do I need to keep saying the slides, or? I'm not sure. I can't see, so I'm not sure. But anyways, I wanted to.
We're just checking, Corey, to see if
Okay.
we have the slides and if we can screen share that. But go ahead.
Okay, so the first couple slides really are just simply about our progress since 2020. And as you know, our accountability comes from you. Our mandate comes from you, the 204 First Nations in British Columbia. And we have been through a lot of hard work and a lot of support on your behalf. And with you, alongside you, we've been able to do, as you know, stand up 16 justice centers, create a diversion center. We have a virtual justice center as well. We have our GLADU Services Implementation Agency, and I'll talk about these a bit more specific as I go on. We also have our $10 million community-based justice fund, which I'll also talk about. The diversion center that we stood up in Prince George, the first of its kind diversion center in Canada. We have an Indigenous Women's Justice Plan. We also have a Youth Justice Strategy, and we have an Elders and Knowledge Keepers Council. And then if the slide is up, the next one is slide 3. And one of the things we're continuing to develop and implement is a strong governance framework. As much as we are grateful in March of 2020 that the government passed and supported the implementation of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, it was a bit what we had to do. We were tasked with building this and implementing this strategy, and we played a little bit of catch up in terms of our governance and our governance framework. So we're really working on that. And of course, we know that nations that govern well, just like organizations that govern well, do well. So we're really committed to that. And we have a draft governance framework and management. We also have a police accountability unit, which I'll talk more specifically about as well. Looking at, we have a paper that directs and talks about amendments to the Police Act. The youth prevention plan that we've been working on and did a lot of consultation with youth. And also that's being worked alongside with the Ministry of Children and Family. We've piloted cultural competency courses now being used for every police officer in Surrey. We have other cultural competency training materials. We've also supported the justice strategy itself calls for the creation of the Indigenous Justice Secretariat within the Ministry of Attorney Generals, and that is led right now by an acting Nicole Bresser. So she's been grateful we've been very grateful for her, and she's been very helpful. When we also have been working on Indigenous courts and elders, and as our strategy has 25 strategies and 43 lines of action. And I think I don't need to talk to everybody about the challenges that financially that everybody is having at the moment, but would love to have full strategy implementation, but at the moment we can focus on those strategies that we're funded for. It's certainly not indicative of our priorities or not indicative of our preferences necessarily even, but we need to follow that strategy. Just in terms of governance, and grateful to the First Nations Leadership Council. They reappointed in the fall, reappointed myself and reappointed Dr. Judith Sayers to the council. And that, of course, allows Judith to continue her responsibilities, which are particularly in the areas of police oversight and GLADU services. And as well, the First Nations Leadership Council suggested that we add Grand Chief Stephen Point to our council. So now we have a 7th member in Grand Chief, and I'm his wealth. And I know Gwendolyn, you're in the audience. His wealth of experience in justice that he brings has been invaluable and will continue to be so. He was very instrumental and supportive in our justice center that we have in Chilliwack, and so we look forward to continuing to have him on our board and to have him help and continue with the strong leadership that he's exhibited over. Yeah, I don't know what slide number that is, but you can see there's where our justice centers are. And we're, of course, very grateful to the territories, the people whose territories that all of our centers are on. They are open to everyone, and we've tried to tailor the centers to be reflective of the place and space that those particular justice centers occupy. So we continue to prioritize service delivery, making sure too that we have we have an acting CEO at the moment. We're looking to do an organizational review, as well as look for our new leader, look for another next leader. And as that goes along, we will let you know, and if you know anybody that would be interested in heading up an organization such as the Justice Council, let us know. We don't have the posting ready, but we are working on that governance and making sure that we can get that out as soon as possible. We've got a bunch of meetings on that, and we'll get it there. So simplifying our leadership to ensure that we have long-term sustainability. And of course, as many of you are also facing, we have some pretty challenging funding realities in terms of particularly a 10% cut in terms of how we will run, or the monies that are used for our justice centers and our GLADU programs. So we are definitely working incredibly hard to ensure that we can source other monies, find other places. We know that we need to continue to work together, and one of the foundations and the fundamental values that we have is, again, we are not here ever to take over or consolidate or power grab or whatnot. We are here to elevate and to work with organizations and companies and nations that are doing this work, and work in collaboration and true partnership, because we believe that everybody has something to contribute, and everybody really must contribute to this. So the IJC, I just wanted to make one last, stay on that. Don't change the slide. It's fine to stay there. But just I wanted to mention we have about 1,100 active legal matters at any one time at the Justice Centers, 71% which are criminal, 22% are child protection, and 7% are other matters. We would also, it's in our wish list to be able to expand to do other matters, particularly wills and estates. That seems to come up quite often. But at the moment, we can't attend to those matters. So the Police Accountability Unit, it exists to help our Indigenous members, community members who've been harmed by the police or the RCMP, and may even want to sue for redress. In October 2024, we had it was when we opened up the center, or it's not a center, it's we opened up the unit, and we've had 159 intakes and currently hold 67 active files. And I think, and I've heard at this assembly before, that this is a huge area for all of us. We all know people who have been harmed by police officers, people who have faced very challenging situations, and we are already oversubscribed. So this is definitely an area we'd like to continue. Just a little brief, most of the complaints are around the use of force, illegal arrest and detention, illegal search and seizure, and 10% of our files are about wellness checks. And though wellness checks sound good, as we know, they can turn into very severe have very severe, horrible outcomes. So most of our files concern the RCMP, but we also have 4 files that involve the Abbotsford Police Department and 8 files that involve Vancouver City Police. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily reflective of where these incidents are occurring. It's just that the people are more likely to be aware of this program that we have going on. And if you'd like more information, you can submit a request for service to us, and we'd be happy to support you with that. The next slide is the GLADU services slide. So I have reported out on this before. We've done a very good job in partnership with the Secretariat to be able to make sure that our GLADU unit is very responsive and efficient and running very efficiently. We no longer have a backlog. We have, could say that, we have saved some money. I just want to make sure you note that our goals in the GLADU service area are to not just provide GLADU reports or a GLADU letter, but to also, initially, we had also the wraparound supports that are often needed as well for somebody that is finding themselves in need of a GLADU report. So that's the stuff that we've had to cut in order to clear the roster and in order to make sure that everybody is getting a fulsome GLADU report as required. And we've also have an internal training program and a whole bunch of new writers with a very high standard. And so we've streamlined that as well. So we've reduced the wait times, improved the quality of service, and we are working to ensure long-term sustainability. And definitely that is becoming well known. We're getting comments and contact from judges, from Crown, from lawyers, from a bunch of different people. So it's something that's incredibly important. And as we know, our people need these things. So the next slide is the diversion center slide. One of the primary objectives, one of the foundation, if you will, I guess, of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy is the presumption of diversion. And that means that at any and for us, it means at any opportunity, if there is an alternative to incarceration or an alternative to confinement, that those other alternatives are pursued over incarceration. Of course, we recognize and acknowledge that some people, some of our people find themselves, they will have to be incarcerated, but there's options of post-release diversion as well, and our center is starting to work on that. So the center opened up in October 14th, and we already have 69 files for that. We've done 8 sessions of training with the RCMP, and what has been unique, it's kind of the complete opposite contrast to the Police Accountability Unit. This is a place where the RCMP RCMP has worked with us in a very open way, in a very constructive, collaborative way, because they bring us the pre-charge diversion clients. They bring them to our center in Prince George, and then we're able to continue to work with them. The center is also trying to work with post-release diversion as well. And the main offerings, of course, I said, are pre-charge diversion and post-release diversion from the Prince George Correctional Centers. As you know, there's many correctional facilities up there. This is also something that we could see that could be scalable if given the opportunity and given further funding. We have been able to also enhance this program with wraparound supports on the land, sweat lodges, resume writing, all of these different types of things. So we look forward to continuing to update you on this. Slide 9. This is one too. It's we were given, not given, but we were asked to administer a $10 million fund from the BC Attorney General's Office to the Community-Based Justice Fund. And there's a little bit of mistake. Sometimes people say to me, well, you've got all that money in that community fund. It's not our money. It's not money that we can do anything with. It is there for the 204 First Nations in British Columbia. Each and every one of you can apply to get $42,000 to use in whichever way you want in terms of advancing justice, whether that's enhancing an existing program that you have, whether that's recording your elders and their understanding of your traditional systems of justice. It's up to you to how you use it. Of course, acknowledge that it's not enough money for the most part. And we have seen communities such as the Channel Nation pool their money together to be able to create the great initiatives that they have going on there. And also we recognize, because we only have 63 nations, I may be off on that number a little bit, but 63 nations that have currently received the funding. And we recognize that there are barriers and challenges, and quite simply the fact that, you know, all of you in the room know what it's like to run your community with all of the competing challenges and issues that we have facing us. So one of the things we're working on, and we will be, and we're open to suggestions on how can we help and support nations that perhaps don't have the capacity at the moment. What is it that we can do to help provide that capacity or leverage that capacity, or have you work with other groups? But we're here to listen and here to try to support, because the money is there and is there for you. The next slide, slide 10, the Indigenous Women's Justice Plan and Youth Justice. This, I know, is at the heart of a lot of the work that all of us do. The reason we do what we do is for the next generation, as well as to ensure that our women are protected, and women, girls, and LGBTQ plus are safe and secure. The team has undertaken a prioritizing process, and the key strategies were based on feasibility, potential impact, and alignment with the existing calls to action. And the 3 priorities, which I think are listed on the screen, are man camps, resource extraction, and we know this is incredibly important, particularly with the increase in resource extraction, crisis response mechanism, as well as legislative policy changes related to land exploitation and safety. Indigenous women are so disproportionately affected by all of these things, so it is definitely a priority. And these 3 priorities, of course, reflect the existing knowledge that we have out there around these challenges that have already been identified. We know what the problems are, we know what the challenges are, and we're trying to address it and bring those projects to light. And make sure that we implement it in a way that is authentic, that will lead to that systemic change that is important. And of course, you all know in the room that Indigenous youth are the fastest growing population, but astronomically in many ways. And that our Indigenous Youth Action Plan speaks to our Strategy 10. And we've conducted engagement with youth and produced a document, Witnessing Through Story report. And I should say that everything that I've talked about, you can find on our website. We're really working hard to ensure that everything is there, as well as your ability to track what we're doing. Feel free to look at that. And I know Katisha is in the room, our wonderful young lady who works in policy. with us, and she's in the room so she could provide more information as well. And we are actively now collaborating with the Ministry of Children and Family on the Youth Justice Service Framework Implementation Plan, because we've heard from so many youth, and we want to see this go ahead. We don't just want to have a report that is not actioned, that does not move forward. The next slide is the Police Oversight and Accountability Unit. Speaks to our Strategy 7, our Strategy 12. We continue to participate and provide strong recommendations to the provincial advisory committees, from the Community Governance Committee, to corrections, to all of the different groups that are dealing with that. Particularly Judith and Boyd are on these committees and are moving this forward, establishing a working group on community safety and Indigenous policing, which includes Canada, BC, and the Justice Council. And with the idea of moving this forward again, making sure that we don't lose sight of what we know needs to happen and ensure that it actually continues to happen. The next slide. One of the things that we're going to have in March 10th and 11th up in Prince George is what we're calling a regional justice forum, and it'll be taking place in Prince George and Lake Laytonay territory. And we're going to try to stick to a pattern of every spring having a regional forum in a different part of the province, and then having our provincial forum, which will be this October, October 26th and 28th, I believe, in Vancouver. So if you're from the northern, I mean, you can come anytime, but anyone can come really. But if you have the time and have the interest and haven't signed up, please sign up for our Regional Justice Forum, March 10th and 11th. And that information is available on our website. And I see that Katisha has been putting it into the chat. So thank you for doing that, Katisha. And note in your calendars our annual Provincial Justice Forum. And when we say annual, we didn't have one last year, but again, this goes based on funding. So we will have one, and we look forward to hosting you in Vancouver, October 26th to 28th. And we, again, are very fortunate and very grateful to have the relationships that we have around the province to, forge new relationships and to get the feedback from you. Anytime that through crisis comes innovation, through conflict comes innovation, through, just being able to do this work in many ways, as challenging as it is. We know for a fact that we are saving lives, we are saving money, and we are moving Indigenous people towards the path of self-determination. And we look forward to continue this work, and we are honored that you've given us the blessing to be able to do this. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Corey, for that very informative update from the BC First Nations Justice Council, and also the work that we're doing nationally as part of the Indigenous Justice Strategy that we announced with the National Chief back in June, and the commitments that we're seeking from the new Minister, Sean Fraser, of the Attorney General and Justice Minister, to seek the resources that the BC First Nations Justice Council needs, and also for the Assembly of First Nations Justice Committee, the Chief Justice Committee that I'm in charge of, along with other regional chiefs and at the executive level. Just want to acknowledge my counterparts at the AFN Executive, Francis Rowe-Paul from Quebec, Regional Chief, and Abram Benedict from the Ontario Regional Chief from Ontario. I'll carry on with a bit of an update from myself as some of these portfolios in regards to the issues that we're dealing with. One of the important issues is the implementation of Bill C-9, denialism, recognizing that we're really pushing for the federal government to make amendments in regards to Bill C-9. What you need to know is that many of you in this province, and including we received a letter from Chief Gabriel about the issues of racism, denialism. We see it in the legislature member of the Legislative Assembly, Dallas Brody, bringing forward, notions of denialism and pinpointing some of our leaders, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, Cookby Casimir. Many of these denialists like Dallas Brody and the likes of her cohort of people are trying to spread this, I would say, virus of denialism, of the experiences of many of our residential school survivors to learning institutions. And I really wanted to acknowledge those allies, those First Nations that really called out Dallas Brody and the likes of that group at Thompson Rivers University. That was stopped there in many respects at UVic. There was another proposed meeting there by Dallas Brody, and at UBC, where One BC were bringing forward some of their protests. We continue to, as a part of this assembly and our previous assembly, it was the only time, the last assembly at our AGM, where all the chiefs stood in our resolution to call the resignation for Dallas Brody at our last AGM in Musqueam. And we continue to call for her resignation and really kicked out of the legislature. That can't continue to happen. In terms of Bill C9, to make amendments, although there was a lot of pushback, and I had a scheduled committee presentation, but that was canceled. There seems to be another avenue to go forward. So there's a private members bill called Bill C-413 that was being brought forward by Member of Parliament Leah Gazan, has been tabled, and will continue to advocate for its passing and support for really, I think, putting denialism as really a criminal offense. So we hope that this new bill that is being supported by members of Parliament and within the NDP and perhaps elsewhere is supported. And what I heard from Sean Fraser, the Attorney General, was that the support is coming from them as well. So that is perhaps a good news. In terms of police and public safety modernization, that remains ongoing. And January 1st, met with Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General Nina Krieger alongside my FNLC colleagues. And she informed us that the process of being briefed on the PSSG staff on the feedback of the proposed amendments brought forward by the FNLC and the BC First Nations Justice Council technical staff committed to exploring these proposed changes further by determining which of the proposed changes were attainable on a short and long-term basis. So right now we haven't received any commitments or received any information back from them. So we're definitely taking that and monitoring it in terms of the PPSM working group members, that physical limitations may impede the full implementation, so the resources required of all proposed amendments, and this is the work in regards to the Provincial Police Act. So certainly that is important to acknowledge in some of the work on justice and policing. So moving on, some of the work that we're doing along with our other counterparts, my other counterparts, RC Ropal and RC Benedict, certainly completing the implementation of the National Indigenous Strategy and calling for policy and legislative reform to ensure that Canada's justice system is responsive to the rights and jurisdiction and interests of our First Nations peoples. We continue to advocate and move forward in terms of the transitioning from, in terms of policing, from program funding to essential services funding. I certainly hope to hear an update on Monday in regards to where we're moving in terms of that legislation to go through so we get more long-term predictable funding for perhaps our tripartite agreements, perhaps if you have your own police forces, that you get more funding in terms of your police force. And that's always been the goal. It's always been an issue with the policing. The First Nations policing services has always been inadequately funded, and that's some of the work that we're doing there. Certainly, I think, all the work that we're doing to make changes, not only provincially and nationally. I also want to conclude that Tuesday, was it Tuesday or Monday, attended court in regards to the case of Dale Culver. Dale Culver died in custody at the hands of 5 police officers in Prince George. This is one of the many cases in this country, in this province, in the city of Prince George. My cousin died in custody during COVID. We all know of Chantel Moore's case, Cleaman, who died in a wellness check in New Brunswick. Jared Lowndes in Campbell River, Wet'suwet'en man, and there are many cases of not only death in custody but injury. In the case of Dale Culver, that was August 2017. He didn't do anything. Somebody reported that he was supposedly casing vehicles. They didn't find anything in his backpack. There were bystanders around recording what was happening. There were 5 officers that took him down. They used pepper spray and used excessive force. And by the time he got to the jail and perhaps the hospital, he died. In those cases, the IIOC, the Independent Investigations Office, I should say, recommended charges to all 5 police officers. 3 were stayed, I believe, and 1 was thrown out of court. But 1 officer who testified under oath was charged as of Tuesday. And he was charged with a suspended sentence of 18 months. And he'll have a criminal record, so he can't be a cop anymore. Not that he's a cop anymore since this incident. But it's the very minimum that they could charge him. I think he's going to appeal it. Certainly, I heard from the family, and they're not too happy about the results and the decision of the sentence. It speaks to our families not having justice. Not even my extended family. In the case of Everett Patrick, we didn't even get to go to court, despite the fact that the Independent Investigations Office recommended charges to proceed. I really think that the Crown Prosecution Office perhaps needs to separate from the provincial government, and perhaps an independent office is required here in this province to investigate many of these cases. As related to some of the resolutions that were passed at the BCAFN and at the AFN, we're calling for an inquiry into the many deaths in custody by our CMP, provincial, municipal police in this country. In 2024, from really, I think it was September to December, we saw 9 First Nations people die in custody. And that whole year was about 19. So obviously we're overrepresented in terms of death in custody, and we need to know why. We need to make changes, and this is part of the work that needs to be done at the BC First Nations Justice Council and perhaps at the AFN level, to really calling for systemic changes in how our people are treated within the policing and justice system. So prayers out to, I believe he had 3 children, Dale, I knew Dale, and to his extended family, his Gitsan, Wet'suwet'en. We're really seeking, as one of my family members, some semblance of justice. So I'll leave it at that, but I'll open it for questions, comments. Thank you, Corey, for your update. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Regional Chief. Thank you very much for that, Corey. We do have a few minutes for questions. I see microphone 25 and then microphone 10.
I'd squel, Itzap Wellialt, Antapak, Chalawatzat, Tanihiwak, Leixon, good day, Hereditary Chief Shanna Thomas from Leixon First Nation, just acknowledging the territory that we're on today, such a beautiful location. I vote for always having meetings in rooms with big windows overlooking a body of water. Love it. And just thank you to our elder this morning, opening us up with a prayer. I want to thank you both for the update. And Corey, just wanted to ask you a question about, and I know you touched on this, and I just hope that I want to give you the opportunity to expand a little bit on how is the Justice Council prioritizing the restoration and implementation of First Nations legal systems under the Justice Strategy and the work of the BC Justice Council. As I've shared with you in the past at Leixon, we're prioritizing the revitalization of our laws, and we're spending a lot of time drafting our own laws from our own Snowiak and really making sure that work is grounded in who we are, and we're pretty proud of the efforts of our community on that front. And then Regional Chief, just wanted to add, we're experiencing Indigenous women. It's kind of linked to Corey's work as well on the Women's Justice Strategy. Not necessarily deaths of Indigenous women in custody, but sexual assaults of Indigenous women in custody. And so if we're going to be doing an inquiry, I hope that we would include that as part of that investigation as well. Thank you both for your work.
Thank you. Microphone 10.
Hanklat Yarek Shirish, Nisquash Nicholas Peterson, Chief Nicholas Peterson from Lower Nicola Indian Band. Thank you. I do want to acknowledge Penticton and letting us do this great work here, and for the wonderful prayer and the amazing voice of Whitney this morning was very powerful. It really set us off in a good way, so thank you. I guess I have a couple questions. I went to our gathering, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, they're all starting to melt together. But one of the things I learned there that was quite concerning to me was a shift from the toxic drug crisis going from, health to public safety, and how that might burden our justice system even more. And knowing that, I'm guessing just like any other table I go to, funding's always a concern. And how does funding, I'm guessing there's funding shortages with justice as well, and knowing that potentially there's even additional burden yet to maybe arrive. I would love maybe some clarity on that, or how, as a chief, how can we help advocate for that so we're not burdening a system that's already difficult? And I would also just be curious to learn more stats on this, on justice, essentially, on reserve, off reserve, First Nations, Métis, et cetera. Just love to learn a little bit more about some justice statistics. Cooksham, joke.
Thank you very much. Chief Spahan will come to you in the second round. Corey?
Sure. Thank you for that. Just in terms of the justice strategy, particularly in terms of community development, the justice strategy has track 1, track 2. Track 1 is systemically changing the current system, and track 2 is revitalizing, exactly as was said by the chief, revitalizing Indigenous legal orders, ways of knowing and being, dispute resolution. I think this is the track that we all want to spend most of our time in. But much like everything that we have, there's a spectrum. There are some nations that are already implementing and capable of doing track 2. Some of them have required the community-based justice funding support to be able to do so, and then some simply really are just trying to track their members and manage them and make sure they have legal representation once they come in contact with police. So we really truly recognize that between the 204 First Nations, there are many different places. They need different types of support, but this is a priority. This is something that I think if if you ask everybody who works, I mean, of course, we want to make systemic change in the justice system, make that permanent change so that these issues and the overrepresentation that we have is eliminated. But we also want to elevate and strengthen what we know. Often people tell me, well, we can't have legal pluralism, the whole concept of paramountcy. We had legal pluralism in British Columbia long before the Europeans arrived. So we have the ability to manage and navigate with our own legal systems and legal orders, and we need to be able to revitalize that. Sorry, recognizing that. Sorry. Not everyone is able to do that, but like I said, with the fund, we have $42,000 available for every nation. Pardon me, in the province, but only 63 have been able to access it. So it's causing us to help, like what more can we do to help you? So if you haven't applied for it, can you let us know? Tell us the reason why, and we can see if we can help figure and sort that out for you, as well as recognizing that we probably need to help provide nations with kind of toolkits or ideas of best practices or ways to move forward. And then in terms of the statistics and the stats, and I appreciate the second chief's comments around a move from health to public safety. It's a huge challenge for our people, absolutely. And if you can just let me know whatever the stats are, we can find those stats for you. I don't have them off the top of my head at the moment, except that I can guarantee you that at every statistic, we are grossly overrepresented at all of the negative ones and grossly underrepresented at all of the positive ones. Having said that, we are making some small changes, but it is reflective of the system that we have. And people say, well, the justice system is broken. It's not broken. It's working exactly as it was designed. And our job is to make sure that we change that and we do it in partnership. And we do it really with the foundation of Track 2 changes. The implementation of Track 2 of our justice strategy is going to bring us all as 204 First Nations in British Columbia to a place where we are able to look after our people. We are able to restore that balance when somebody does something that is against a law, whether that's a cultural law or an internal law or a Canadian law, that we are able to truly support that whole person and restore them to balance. That is the goal that we would love to have. So I appreciate further, if you would like to have further discussions, please let me know.
Thank you, Corey. Regional Chief, issues that were presented: Indigenous legal orders, sexual assaults in custody, toxic drug crisis as a public safety issue, and then access to injustice, stats about injustice.
I think Corey covered most of it, but I could answer your question, Shanna and Chief Thomas. I think it's when we're calling for an inquiry for death in custody, I think there's nothing stopping us to look at perhaps injury and assaults. I mean, when you talk about that, I'm reminded of a report I commissioned in 2012 called Nulchuckin. The intent of that report was for the Highway of Tears and the missing and murdered Indigenous women along the highway. But it ended up becoming a report on RCMP officers assaulting Indigenous women. Nulchuckin, that's what we call the police in our language. It means those that take us away. Because that's the way we saw the RCMP officers, as the ones that took us away to residential school. And I'm reminded, when we're talking about sexual assault, the Judge Ramsey case, this notorious case in Prince George where the judge used the judicial system and 2 police officers to assault. They weren't even women, they were girls. They were young girls. And he sexually assaulted them and used the system. The only case in Canada where an actual judge was found guilty. But you can see how insidious this issue is right from the start of the incarceration, to judges, to the judicial system, to assault our people. So I think an inquiry that would definitely, I would say not only death in custody, but all the other injuries and assaults would be necessary to look at what's going on, not only in Prince George, British Columbia, but all of Canada. So thank you.
And with that, given the time, last question to Chief Spahan at microphone 11.
Nshquest, Lee Spahan, Cook, Bevan, Seletku, Lee Spahan, Chief Quarter Band. When was the Regional Justice Forum again, Corey, and will the IIO and the Coroner's Office be part of that forum for questions?
The Regional Justice Forum is March 10th and 11th in Prince George, and the provincial-wide is in Vancouver, October 26th to 28th. In terms of the point of the forum in Prince George is really for us to look along and work with what is this concept of diversion and what track 2 changes can possibly be in terms of the people you've mentioned being able to be questioned. If they attend, I would imagine you could question them, but they're not the highlight, not the speakers. We really want to highlight and provide place for communities and nations to be able to talk about the issues and challenges they face, and also to share stories of nations that have resolved issues and some samples that have used the 42,000 and what they've done with it and how they did it. So it's really, we want to bring community together and navigate that. So yes, in terms of if those people are in attendance, that would be, you would have to speak to them individually.
All right, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Corey, for joining us online and making that presentation. And thank you very much, Regional Chief. I'm fortunate to be able to work around the country on community safety, and I refer often to the work that you're doing within the justice strategy to change the system itself, to change the behavior of the people who work in the system, and to increase our knowledge in terms of how we navigate that system. And when I look at the work, I've often joked, if I have to get in trouble, I'd rather do it in BC. All right, with that let's thank Corey for that presentation. All right, let's shift to our, well, if you guys don't mind, how about we take a 5-minute break? Let's take a quick break. But I'm going to call you back, and I'm going to ask Chief Sam and Graham to be ready to go as soon as we reconvene. And we'll do the two, and then following that with Dr. Shea and Patricia, we'll do the climate issues, and then wrap up with a few resolutions. So 5 minutes from whatever time it is on your phone right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's look to reconvene. I'll ask you to begin making your way back to your chairs, and we'll look to pick up the program. It's available. She didn't touch it, and because she had to rush off, so I think eating dessert would have been a terrible plan. All right, let's reconvene. I perhaps should have said to the group, 5 minutes is not long enough to get to the vendors and back, much less around the room. But let's retake our chairs, and we will pick up the program. They're gathering as we go. Just before we get into the next agenda item, the UN Climate Change Conference and the climate issues, particularly around glaciers and frozen water. Knowledge keeper Harvey McLeod asked if he could speak to the justice issue, so I'll turn to microphone 9.
We just went through the justice presentation. And being an Almejum chief for Upper Nicola from 2014 to 2023, a lot happened. We had the major pipeline going through, we had floods, we had COVID, and we had 215. And at the same time, a lot of interaction with the local legal system, including the RCMP and the courts. We were able to secure a justice center in Merritt, serving the Nicola people. But one of the things, you talk to the individuals that are on the streets, they are afraid to take the next step. Who can I trust in the legal system to do the work that I need or the representation that I need to move forward? They're there for a reason, and that something happened. But they don't want to share it with anybody. They'll just go into the court, face the judge, and take whatever the judge gives them. And usually it's not very good. So I talked with a few of them individuals, and they said, I don't trust, even though it's our people sitting in them offices, the Justice Center, I can't go in there and talk to them because I know them. They're my relatives. But going the next step, how are we going to take that step for our people to come forward and trust the system that I'm in trouble and I'm going to need some help? Secondly, and I can reflect on this, a family member, daughter and grandson, were coming out of an establishment in Victoria. She was a professor at UVic. And an altercation happened outside of that establishment, and both of them were beat up. RCMP, or the Victoria Police Force, was called, and they beat him up more. She ended up in a jail cell. He ended up in the hospital and eventually the intensive care unit. He was there for 5 days. I needed a lawyer. We needed a lawyer in Victoria. And who do we call? I didn't know anybody, but I do remember working with the Justice Council. Called them up, Doug White and Rosalie Wilson-Yazzie, asking, I need help, I need a lawyer in Victoria. This is what happened. They were able to find a lawyer, a trustworthy lawyer, to work with our family. They were able to move through the system, and there was always a vision that we're going to go beyond the court and charge the police force. But he couldn't get there. He didn't trust. And it's been 4 years, 4+ years, and now grandson can come out of the house. He's looking for a job. He went to Victoria. So it took a long time. And I know, talking with the individuals sitting outside our Justice Center, they know it's there. But how are we going to trust them to work with us in a good way, and not have my name talked all over town that, hey, so-and-so is getting charged for this and that, and now he's going to go to jail. So we have a lot of work to do with our individuals. We have a lot of work to do with our families and our communities to really ensure that what we're doing is a good thing, and to find the other supports that the individuals are going to need to change their life around. It's not spending time in jail. It's spending time with a counselor or somebody to talk about the traumas that they've had in their life and lead them down a better path. I know we're doing that, but it's still not happening fast enough. We look at the laws and say, we got to change this. And at the same time, how are we going to change what we feel in our heart is a process that I can trust, that we can trust. First Nations Court came into the Nicola, and I seen a process that seems to work. We have our elders sitting with the judge. And why I believe that is that there is a young fella that went through the court system and did paid for his crime, or what he did, and was being honored that day as you did your time, now you can go and you're free. He talked not to the judge, he talked to the elders for helping him. And they talked to the mom, and the mom was asked, do you have anything to say to the courts? And she looked at the court and she looked at the elders, and she says, not only did you help my son, you helped me to be a better mom. And then I knew we're on the right track, we're doing something right. So when we're doing all of this work, there's a lot of strings hanging down that we're trying to straighten and tie up and be close to us, and we're involved. At the same time, know that the individual out there needs some help too. And that's why the other societies and groups are so valuable to the work that we do. It's the social element, the healing element that we also need to consider when we're looking at the work that we're doing. So with that, White Limlin, thank you.
Thank you very much, Harvey. Good to see you again. All right, we've got about an hour before we've agreed to conclude for the day. So I'm hopeful that we're going to get through the UN Climate Change Conference, Conference of the Parties presentation, Chief Don Sam here is with us, and Graham Reed will join us online, and then we'll move quickly to the climate issues regarding glacial source water, and with luck get through the cryospheric science resolution number 2, which will be explained by the resolution. Chief Sam, over to you.
Apinaskir. Also katskokne na san mietki huwache san pinkton amakis. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to acknowledge Elder Emery and that song from what was her name, Whitney? Beautiful song to get us started this morning. I really appreciate being here in the Silk Territory in Sinpington, and it was a beautiful trek to get here. I thought about riding my motorcycle here, and it's March. And so that's what I want to talk to you about today. And I want to bring some attention to the climate change. It's hard sometimes to think from a local level to the global impacts that are happening, that are causing changes, fluctuations in our temperatures. Small increments of temperature, and yet the varying degrees of impacts. And they affect us all. They affect us in our snowpacks that lead to the spring runoffs, to the freshet, to the salmon. They affect us in salmon, or in the berries. Even last year I was talking to somebody about the crops and how they were great last year, and yet that predictability when we had the year before where there was hardly any berries. So I appreciate your time, chiefs, proxies, youth, and elders. I notice my daughter's gone, but she'll be back. So talking today about the BCAFN and our delegation to the COP30 last fall, and COP30, the Conference of the Parties in November. There, in the packages, there is a report, a comprehensive report on COP30 that was prepared by staff of the BCAFN, Patricia and Matthew, and so I appreciate the work that you put into that. We also have from the Assembly of First Nations, Graham Reed, who's also at COP30 and knows a lot more about the subject matter than I do. But I also want to, at this time, express my gratitude to Regional Chief Terry T.G. And the BCAFN board of directors, my fellow board of directors, for allowing me the opportunity to represent the BCAFN and the chiefs and the delegation to COP30. So the UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP, Conference of the Parties, it's from the United Nations framework on the climate change. There's, from the Paris Agreement 30 years ago, there's a number of mechanisms within that agreement. And so every year, the parties get together and they discuss the implementation of the Paris Accord. So last year marks the 30th of that. The Paris Agreement itself was to look at reducing the carbon footprint, reducing greenhouse gases, and keeping global climate change, trying to reduce it, I think, to 1.5, whereas Canada and a lot of countries have already exceeded their limits, or they're not on track to hold on to that from getting out of hand. The BCAFN, we have a mandate to advocate. Climate change continues to escalate, and the risk is those irreversible changes. And before those catastrophic impacts on our livelihoods, on the economy, on society, and on our relatives, the fish and the wildlife and the fauna, we need to do something about climate change. In BC, the First Nations, we've recognized climate emergency as emphasized in many BCAFN resolutions from this table. And these resolutions are what guide the work of the BCAFN. So particularly there's Resolution 5, 2021, Resolutions 32, 2023. These provide the mandate to the BCAFN to move forward, to pursue advocacy opportunities regarding climate change, First Nations rights at an international level, such as the United Nations framework on the Convention of Climate Change. The mandate includes to hold Canada accountable to its climate commitments and to build relationships to enable mutual learning and joint advocacy between First Nations and Indigenous peoples beyond Canada's borders. So we were there making sure that Canada wasn't telling the world that everything's fine, because it's not. BCAFN international climate efforts. So a lot of the work, there was the COP30 that we just had, but in addition to that, there's been a lot of work that's gone into working with, understanding, and advocating for First Nations rights. The COP Forums, Conference of the Parties in 2022, again in 2025. The International Union of Conservation of Nature Congress in 2025, and the Adaptation Future Conference in 2023, as well as 2025. And all of these forums that are attended by the BCAFN, we've got reports on all of those. One of the big things about the BCAFN I really appreciate is that there's a lot of issues that are going on in Indian country, and the BCAFN does a really good job at providing us leaders with information that we're able to digest and take home and speak to when necessary. So those reports are available. And then one of the a big project that we're working on is the BC RIP project, and implementing that project, the Building Climate Resilience from Indigenous Perspectives through partnerships with Indigenous people in BC and in South Latin America. Here's a slide on the BC RIP project. It's a 4-year Indigenous-led project funded by Global Affairs Canada, and it's led by the BCAFN with the Continental Network of Indigenous Women of the Americas, ECMIASUR, and the administrative support from Save the Children Canada. This project is looking at bringing together Indigenous peoples from South America and North America, and embracing, I guess, if you will, Indigenous knowledge in adapting to climate change. And so we got to visit with some of the other participants in the BC RIP who were talking about some of their projects that they're really eager to work on, especially around water, clean water for their communities. And it's exciting. The ones were being led by the Indigenous women, and getting to visit with them to build up that relationship. So the project will find funding directly to Indigenous peoples in Colombia, Bolivia, Peru, and Guatemala to implement self-determined nature-based The partnership component aims to foster capacity building, facilitate knowledge sharing, and engage in collaborative advocacy. So just that cross-cultural, here in Canada, it's hard to imagine what people are dealing with down there and vice versa. So it's really good at breaking down those barriers. All right, we'll go to the BCAFN advocacy at COP30. So we went to Belém, Brazil on November 8th through the 14th. That was the first week of COP. COP30 is 2 weeks, and we were there for the first week. Our key advocacy goals, they were centered on advocating with Canada to ensure First Nations voices, our rights, our knowledge systems are recognized, protected, and integrated into international climate efforts and policies. Calling attention to the ongoing impacts of climate change on First Nations and the crucial role of Indigenous knowledge systems in identifying climate solutions. Promoting the climate agenda and leadership of First Nations in BC, and advancing the recognition and protection of First Nations sovereignty and self-determination. I know it's showcasing the work that we're doing with the BC RIP project, really reminding Canada nothing about us without us. We need to be at the table, we need to be advocating, and you need to be listening. The climate change is affecting us in our communities. Matthew and I were a little bit taller than everybody at the at the conference, so that's what this picture is showcasing. But we got to participate in at COP30. It's huge. I can't understate how large it was as a venue, and so many things going on. And then so many, there was the pavilions. Every country had a pavilion, a little kind of like a market area where they were able to share specific information. And then there was other negotiating rooms where the parties were getting together to talk about various things. And so to organize for this, to understand going into this, the Indigenous perspectives, we had a Indigenous Peoples Caucus where people were able to come together, talk about what's going on during that day, and get some input on directions and such. We also got to meet with a number of government officials while we were there. Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, Honorable Julie DeBruyne, she was there. We got to meet with her and talk about some of the priorities for us back here. We had to go all the way to Belém to see her, but it was worth it. And jokes. There we were really talking about the Building Canada Act and expediting major projects. The concern about the response to the tariffs being short term, and yet the impacts of southern projects will be long-term effects. We also got to meet with Global Affairs Canada. We shared insights from the implementation of the BC RIP project, advocated for enhanced opportunities for First Nations in BC, and collaborating with Indigenous peoples globally. We engage in conversations with Indigenous partners from Peru and Bolivia at the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion. It was there was a lot of work. We always were on the run, and it was hot. But we did participate in the Canada Pavilion. We were at the Canada Pavilion. One of those days I was just sweating. It was just so hot. I was like dripping, and I needed a towel or something to wipe that down. But anyway, we worked with alongside Regional Chief Wendell LeBobe from PEI and Assembly of First Nation staff. We spoke about the need for First Nations-led framework for climate action that centers on First Nations knowledge systems, rights, and governance to achieve climate commitments, or Canada's climate commitments. We call on Canada for increased funding support to empower self-determined climate actions. And a second panel featured the BC RIP project, sharing the project's goals and outcomes. So there's a lot that we hold in our stories, in our songs, that will help us adapt to a lot of the climate changes that we're going to be facing. And so really trying to send that message that Indigenous people need to be involved in the response. And the Indigenous partners from Latin America presented the BC RIP project at the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion. So in addition to all the countries having their pavilions, there's also an area where I guess third parties had pavilions, including a pavilion specifically for Indigenous peoples to be sharing their messages. And we're talking Indigenous peoples globally, from Africa, from Russia, from everywhere in South America. Participating in these sessions, a BCAFN delegate gained valuable insights into the potential impacts of international climate policies on domestic, federal, and provincial frameworks. BCAFN participation at COP30 opened opportunities to forge and strengthen alliances for collective advocacy. These connections are essential for amplifying First Nations demands for recognition, respect, and the integration of First Nations rights into climate discussions. Alongside other Indigenous relatives, we demand a roadmap that phases out fossil fuels, halts deforestation and biodiversity loss, and ensures equitable, just transition initiatives that uphold the right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination, to free prior informed consent, and to participating in the decision-making. BCAFN will remain actively engaged in international forums such as the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, UNPFII, and EMRIP to enhance joint Indigenous climate advocacy, focus on protecting and upholding Indigenous rights, the well-being of Mother Earth, and addressing the global climate change. BCAFN will continue to call for the inclusion of First Nation delegates in COP negotiations and international climate mechanisms. There's a lot of lobbyists that go to COP. And as I'd mentioned, it's one of the biggest annual conference for climate change, and there's a lot of lobbyists, so we need to be there as well and holding the parties to account and wrestling around with those lobbyists. Maybe not wrestling, but BCAFN will continue to track Canada's climate commitments under the Paris Agreements and hold the government accountable for fulfilling these commitments in accordance with obligations under the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. BCAFN will continue to advocate for access to UNFCCC climate finance for First Nations in BC, emphasizing the need for funding to be equally available to Indigenous peoples in both developed and developing countries. One of the issues right now is with the United Nations funding vehicles. There's funding available to support Indigenous peoples in developing countries, and yet here in Canada we don't have access to those dollars because Canada is standing as a developed country. So making those available. And then it's really scary, it's alarming a little bit, the whole financing of climate change. When they were talking about investing in communities and taking larger risk with their investments and the greater return, it was really hard to understand whether they were talking about investing in the people or if they were investing in financial markets. So really making sure that the message is clear that we need to be investing in Indigenous communities and solutions as opposed to opening the door for creative industry. BCAFN will, as mentioned before, comprehensive reports on BCAFN COP30 participation is included in your kits. I encourage you to have a look and I'll turn now to Graham, if, yes.
Yeah, awesome. Miigwech, Chief Sam, and miigwech for the invitation to join all of you. Ani and Bojo, Graham Reed, Anishnikaz, Otono, Jabon, Anishinaabe, and Dao. It's a real honor to join all of you virtually from unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin Anishinaabe Aki, what's currently known as Ottawa. I grew up in Ottawa. I had the privilege of living in Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh lands for about 4 years, but have been drawn back here every single time. My dad's side is English and Scottish, and mom's is German and Anishinaabe, and my great-grandfather's from a place called Okanagan. Um, I want to start by just acknowledging the knowledge keeper, the songs, the ceremonies, leadership around the room. Want to acknowledge, in particular, you, Chief Sam, as well as Matthew and Patricia, as important contributors to the presence of First Nations within Balim. And I was lucky enough, actually, just to hear the intervention of knowledge keeper McLeod, who also participated at COP27, and so want to really honor your participation. As mentioned, AFN has been participating in these discussions for a long time. Our delegation at COP30 was led by Regional Chief Wendell LeBobe and supported by myself and my colleague Nikita. And really, that participation stems from 30 years of mandates from the First Nations and Assembly focused on amplifying First Nations rights, governance, knowledge systems, and jurisdiction within international discussions on climate policy. And it's funny that we're returning to Brazil 30 years after the original Rio Declaration was signed. And through that course of that, in some of the presentations that Chief Sam shared, we really highlighted that advocacy of First Nations within those spaces. The other really important thing, and then I'll just jump into a very short overview, is as Chief Sam shared, these are deeply colonial spaces. And so the challenge that First Nations and other Indigenous peoples experience is that, we're really there influencing negotiations between parties, between states. And so our role as both soft power in terms of influencing the positions that different parties take, and of course, we have that interplay of pushing Canada to be as ambitious and thoughtful as possible, and then holding them accountable, but also pushing the broader negotiations on really upholding the minimum standards of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and doing that through collaborations with Indigenous peoples internationally. There are around 475 million Indigenous peoples across the globe, spread out in about 90 different countries. And so really these spaces that we enter are about building that shared advocacy and support. I just wanted to comment on a few pieces that were shared. First, just I think in terms of numbers, it's useful just to highlight the actual amount of people that attended. So in Balim, which was an environment where accommodation was very expensive and it was very challenging to get to, there was the second most attended COP on record, which is over 56,000 people attended. As mentioned, this was the greatest participation of Indigenous peoples, and it was about 900 in total in the areas where the negotiation happened, and about a couple thousand in the areas around the broader discussions. To put that in perspective, there was about 1,600 fossil fuel lobbyists, and so we continue to navigate what does that mean in terms of our power and representation, and how do we translate presence to actual outcomes for First Nations and Indigenous peoples. COP31 was decided at the end, and that's going to be held in Turkey, with partnership with Australia, which was a big push and a bit of a challenging environment. One of the main ways that Indigenous peoples organize within these spaces is through the Indigenous Peoples Caucus. And as mentioned, there are 7 UN sociocultural regions that are organized: North America, Arctic, Pacific, Africa, Asia, Latin America and Caribbean, and Russia and Central Europe. And so a lot of the coordination is to support how do we represent the diversity of Indigenous peoples, and all Indigenous peoples, including First Nations, are welcome within those spaces. And over the course of the last decade that I've been involved within these spaces, our mandate as AFN has really been how do we support First Nations who are interested in participating, recognizing that it is a bit of a monster to navigate and to try to figure out what are the best ways to contribute. There are co-chairs, there are focal points that are official positions, there are structures of coordination and thematic working groups that are organized through things like daily coordination, preparatory meetings, and the pavilions that we self-fund and organize. And so I think it's just useful to acknowledge the scale. So in that preparatory caucus that Chief Sam mentioned, there were about 500 Indigenous peoples that attended. That's by far the largest preparatory caucus that we've ever had. And really, that is a unique opportunity to build shared solidarity and advocacy amongst Indigenous peoples. We also have that space within the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion. And so we hosted 70 plus events. These are all pictures from the opening ceremony. And as was mentioned, it was not only very hot, but it happened to be exceptionally hot within the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion. And at this point, this was day 1 of the conference, we still didn't have electricity or audio visual, and, whether that's sound or interpretation. And so our representatives of Indigenous peoples continued, irrespective of challenges within the technology. And over the course of the next 11 days or so, there were about 70 events that were hosted, really just amplifying the types of partnerships that were described and Indigenous-led solutions more broadly. You may have seen, and I wanted just to highlight, because I think this is emblematic of some of the tensions within these spaces. And so on the evening of the second day, on the Tuesday evening, there was a mobilization of Indigenous peoples and other local advocates that were promised access to the formal negotiating area, which is called the Blue Zone. And in lieu of providing access to them, the Brazilian presidency gave them access to a zone that was quite far away. And so in protest, they stormed the doors and actually kicked down the doors and really pushed to have that presence. And after lots of different discussion, the Indigenous Caucus released a statement about condemning that violence and condemning the militarization that existed afterwards. After this happened, specifically, both federal and state police created different buffer zones and really created that sort of exclusion that prevented Indigenous peoples from exercising and participating meaningfully in the discussions. And so what were some of the outcomes, and how do they speak to some of the specific discussions that BCAFN was highlighting? There were a lot of different negotiating topics, but I just wanted to highlight a few. One is what they call the global mutirao, which was, a discussion and a leadership initiative of the Brazilian presidency. And it speaks to some of those priorities. There is commitments to develop climate finance programming, to support implementation and the acceleration of implementation, to support the main mechanism of communication that parties use, which is called nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, which is effectively how parties communicate their targets to reduce greenhouse gases, tripling finance for adaptation, all of which within the context of this binary between how Indigenous peoples access. And there's a clear global commitment to ensure direct access for Indigenous peoples, irrespective of the region that they are from. And then in lieu of agreements on transitioning away from fossil fuels, there's a commitment from the presidency to develop 2 roadmaps, one specifically about that transition away from fossil fuels. And there's a conference being organized in Colombia at the end of April focused explicitly on this for those countries that are willing to engage in that conversation and deforestation. There are other outcomes on adaptation, on mitigation, and what I think is particularly important in the context of the acceleration of major project development and the way in which different levels of crown governments, whether provincial or federal, are enacting legislation of fast tracking is these concepts of just transition. And one of the, I think, important wins really from the entirety of the negotiations was the first ever operative paragraph that refers to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in its entirety. And so here, through the negotiation on the Just Transition Work Plan, there's a specific reference that focused on the rights of Indigenous peoples and obtaining their free, prior, and informed consent in accordance with the UN Declaration. And what other Indigenous peoples have already done is that they've leveraged these outcomes to support their advocacy against, for instance, lithium mining in Yaqui territory, the border of Mexico and the United States. And so they actually use this language to support a application to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the CERD, to engage in better conversation with a lithium mine that is occurring within within their territories. And so, there are ways in which that we can continue to leverage these spaces to push for, progressive references and to use that to have conversations in the domestic or international advocacy context. I'll just close by saying, and I know this was relatively quick, AFN as an organization also prepared a summary document. It's on our website. It's an AFN bulletin that summarizes some of the similar discussions that were held in collaboration with BCAFN. And it references a position paper that we prepared and we put out in advance of COP30 as well, which was following up on previous years of advocacy. And our interest, as a national organization, is to appropriately support and create space for First Nations to participate within these discussions, but to do so in a way that enables them to understand what is the best way that they can advocate for the protection of their lands, waters, and territories. Because the reality is that these systems are just built to be so complex that they're almost impenetrable and really difficult to navigate. And so we're keen to continue supporting and learning from the work and the important advocacy that BCAFN and others are bringing within the domestic context, and consider how can we collectively advocate in the international context, especially in a context where we're seeing rising authoritarianism, we're seeing geopolitical instability, and Indigenous peoples play a very unique role in cultivating those relationships globally in a way that honors our teachings and honors our knowledge systems that can hopefully help the world navigate these really uncertain geopolitical times. And I would be just remiss not to just close by acknowledging the leadership of our co-chairs. On the right here, you see Daria Agrafina, who is actually an Indigenous person from Russia, and since December has been in detention on accusations of domestic terrorism as a result of her advocacy within the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, within the UNFCCC. And so, the reality of how Indigenous peoples show up within these spaces is particularly important as, again, we navigate these just uncertain times and uncertain jurisdictions. And really, the reality of reprisal is really significant. And so only collectively can we work and support one another. So I'll stop there, say Chimigwich, and really appreciate just the time to share a bit of that broader context, and really happy to support any nations that are thinking about participating in Turkey or afterwards, as well as just supporting the navigation of that system. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Graham. Appreciate that. I'll look back to Chief Sam. I would note that we are sort of at the time crunch period for this agenda item. Microphone 1.
I think I really appreciate you, Graham, and your support staff. I really appreciate Matthew and Patricia for your support, and for the BCAFN, the board of directors, and RC for allowing me to take this on. And yeah, I think the idea of what happens locally in each of our communities, we're all aware of, and how do we come together on a global scale to make some impact? That's what keeps on going through my mind. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Please join with me in thanking the panel for the presentation. Just going to move it along very quickly, and so I see, Patricia, you're on the agenda for the next item as well, and I'll invite Dr. Joseph Shea from the University of Northern British Columbia to please come forward as well. And as you'll see, the regional chief's providing some gifts, as is our custom. And yeah, so we're going to look at the climate issues, glacier source water, and then we do have a related resolution which we'd like to pass before we can look to close our day. This was initially designated for 45 minutes, so we'll see how well we can do on the time management.
Thank you, Harold.
Microphone 2.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, chiefs and proxies. Thank you for allowing us to be here and share and present an overview of what the state of the glaciers are here in BC. I am here with Dr. Joseph Shea. He will provide this overview about the glaciers, and then I will have a couple of slides that just talk about why First Nations need to get involved in climate adaptation and in glacier loss. So I will pass over to Dr. Joseph.
Thank you, Patricia. Hello, Hadi. Greetings to everyone in the room there. I'm coming to you from the ancestral territory of the Lheidli-T'enneh in Prince George at the University of Northern British Columbia. And I'm going to just give a brief overview of changes in glaciers in British Columbia recently and where we expect this to go and what the potential impacts are. So this is, again, a pretty broad overview of the topic. Next slide, please. I come to this honestly. This is a photo of my little sister in 1986. I grew up in Southern Ontario, and we took a family trip to Edmonton, my first time on a plane, and drove through the Canadian Rockies. And this was my first time with a camera as well. So one of the photos on this trip is right in front of the Athabasca Glacier, a very famous landmark, but it probably marked the start of my interest in glaciers and snowpacks, and it's part of the reason why I am where I am today. Next slide, please. So in the province of BC as a whole, if we look at where glaciers are and how many there are, there's just over 18,000 individual glaciers in the province. And this, you can see from the map here on the right, largely clustered in the southern coast mountains, the northern coast mountains, and then much smaller, but still prevalent in the interior ranges and the Rockies. So there's a few up in the northern Rockies as well, but those are tend to be quite small. So total area of glaciers in the province, 33,000 kilometers squared, and the average size is about 1.86. So most of these are fairly small. Some get to be a much bigger size. If anyone's been out in the mountains, you're well aware of the differences that we get in glaciers across the province. So this is the inventory. This is where glaciers are today. This is all based on satellite mapping. Next slide, please. So as a researcher, my interest is on a bunch of different things, but it is really the impact of climate change on things like glaciers and snowpacks and how those impact stream flows and what that means downstream. What we say, we sort of say what happens in the mountains doesn't stay in the mountains, and the reason is that those flows that come from glaciers and snowpacks can be really important depending on where you are. This is Yuhayaskun, or Mount Robson's, the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies, just below 4,000 meters. You can see Berg Glacier there, famous landmark as well. Next slide, please. To look at glacier change recent past, we often use satellites to do this because we can look at the entire province. What the satellite record shows is that glaciers are getting thinner. They are becoming more fragmented, and they are decreasing in area and volume. There are a few places in the province where the health of glaciers is monitored on the ground. That requires going and measuring the snowpacks and measuring the actual ice melt. But really, remote sensing is sort of the only way to look at the province as a whole and see the differences in patterns across the province. If you just hit before you hit the button, the slide on the right here, you can see this is the Wapta Icefield region. So again, on the BC-Alberta border, that's the Pedo Glacier just off the Icefield Parkway, the main ice body there. And this is in 1999. If you hit the forward button, you'll see the scene showing in 2021. And again, even in this sort of 22-year period, you're seeing dramatic changes in the glaciers and ice fields. One of the biggest differences between these two scenes is the amount of snow. So again, this is at the end of summer typically, and what we're seeing now in many places is that snow is being lost from the entire glacier surface, which is a really bad indicator for glacier health. The next slide, please. We can look at how glacier elevations are changing as well from satellites, and this gives us the thinning rate, or the picture of how the surface of the glacier is lowering as well. And if we do this over sort of the last 20-year period, you can see that some periods, the health of the glaciers it's not changing as much, but in other periods, the more recent 10-year period, that's the middle panel, we do see some significant thinning of the glaciers, especially in the southern coast regions. And then the overall change rate here, this is an area comparable to other places in the world, like the Swiss Alps, like the Himalayas, like the Andes, where glaciers are thinning at a fairly rapid rate. So these are, again, recent observations based on satellite data. And the next slide, please. Where we go in the future requires models. And what the models are showing is that we're going to see thinning and fragmentation and decreased area and volume, same as we've been observing with the satellites. The most comprehensive look at this in Western Canada was done in 2015 by Gary Clark and his associates. And what you're seeing here on the slide is just a look at how glacier area and glacier volume over the entire province, or Western Canada, is expected to change in the coming century. And there are different lines there that represent different emission scenarios. If you've been to COP, you know all these different pathways that we might possibly take. These are, again, based on sort of older models, but what you can see, again, is a pretty clear decline in both area and volume. Sort of at the end of the century, you're left with between 20 and 40% of the original ice volume, depending on which model you use. A very recent study just came out, and it talked about glacier extinction rates. So we're moving from this very sort of quantitative piece to looking almost as glaciers as individuals, and how quickly they are going extinct. And the peak extinction rate in Western Canada is going to be expected between 2040 and 2050. We're going to see glaciers disappearing completely from the landscape. Next slide, please. What this looks like, and this is a slight animation, this is from Matthias Huss and his group. If you click on the play button here, this should show a video of how the Athabasca Glacier might change in the future. And again, this is modeling results looking at the current scene from 2020. This is what the model sees. And then as this progresses into the future, you can see that thinning and retreat and the separation of glaciers into different components. That's the fragmentation that we're talking about. So these are really dramatic changes in the mountains of BC and of Western Canada. Next slide, please. And I'm sorry, this is not a good news talk. There's not a lot to think about here. as a researcher, I often think about the analogs, though. I'm like, well, what would BC maybe look like in the future? And this is a shot from the Palisade Glacier in the Eastern Sierras in California. There is still enough snow that is accumulating to maintain these ice bodies, but they are becoming much, much smaller in their extent. And this is kind of the future that BC is facing. Next slide, please. So the impacts of this glacier change are not just on the visual landscape. There are big implications on hydrology. And again, it depends on what your exposure is to those changes. The further up the river system you go, the closer you get to where the glaciers are today, the bigger the impact is going to be. So what we expect to see in the future is decreased summer and late summer flows. We expect to see higher stream flow variability from year to year because glaciers are a really important buffer on stream flow. And you might also expect to see warmer stream temperatures as that glacier contribution is decreased. So it's a nice cooling impact on our rivers and our ecosystems that depend on the cold water. So you might expect to see warming stream temperatures in the future as these glaciers are diminished. Next slide, please. Here's an example of what those flows might look like. Again, this is from research done on the Athabasca Glacier, the Wapta ice field area. So we're looking at the impacts of glacier change on stream flow. The lines in red are showing what the future stream flow scenarios might look like. The line in black is the current scenario. And with the retreat of glaciers, we see decreased flow again in summer and late summer. We see an earlier melt onset as the snowpack begins to melt earlier, but we don't reach the peaks that we really did before the glaciers are gone. So again, the impacts here really require sort of a more nuanced investigation. How are communities exposed to these changes? How are different ecosystems sensitive to these changes? What does it mean for industry? What does it mean for different resources? What does it mean for people who use water from the rivers or for the salmon who swim up these rivers? It is going to require some more specific site investigations rather than just sort of a broad overview in the entire province. Next slide, please. So again, just a summary, it's not a great news story. We're seeing the effects of climate change very heavily in the province through glacier thinning and retreat and fragmentation. This is going to continue and possibly accelerate in the future as we follow these carbon emission pathways. Likely to see many glaciers disappear this century. Stream flows are going to respond to that change. We're going to see reduced summer flows with earlier snowmelt. And increased variability in stream flows from year to year as we lose the buffering capacity of the glaciers. And again, the impacts are really going to depend on how exposed you are to glacier change. So to give the example of the Fraser River at Hope is less sensitive to changes in glaciers than the Fraser River at McBride, for example. And I'm going to pass it over to Patricia at this point, but again, if you have any questions or concerns, you can contact me through my email or through the Mountain Snow Hydrology website, which is there on the screen. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. So Dr. Joseph is the Associate Professor of Environment Geomatics and the Department of Geography, Earth and Environment Science in the Northern University of British Columbia. So thank you for providing this very informative overview of the current states of glacier in British Columbia. So as Dr. Joseph said in his presentation, glaciers and seasonal snowpacks are rapidly changing across BC, and due to many factors, but mainly due to global warming. There are two key aspects to consider regarding the impacts of glacier loss. The first is the irreversibility. There is no turning back. So it's just not possible to stop the melting of the glaciers. The same with the ice and the seasonal snowpack is we know that this is accelerating. So even under the best case scenario where climate change is mitigated and greenhouse gas emissions are reduced, just imagine that COP30 or the COPs are more effective and we really get into agreements and we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But even if that ideal scenario happens, the consequences of the current global warming will persist. So it will continue affecting glaciers, ice, snowpack, and freshwater resources. And the second element is the uncertainty that Dr. Joseph just addressed. There remains considerable uncertainty regarding the severity of the impacts on ecosystems and the lives of First Nations. For example, there is currently no comprehensive understanding of which First Nations in British Columbia depend on glaciers and snowpack-fed sources for drinking water. We don't know where those small glaciers, what's the impact on those glaciers, like Dr. Joseph presented, like in 50 years or even less, in 25 years, we will see some glaciers disappear. What are those glaciers? It's important to have that information, but that information also at the First Nations level. So information regarding the extent of this reliance and the areas facing the greatest risk remaining lacking. So in the face of this irreversibility and uncertainty, building climate resilience is extremely important. And First Nations need to adapt to this new scenario. But those, the way how we adapt to these new scenarios must prioritize key principles that you can see on the screen. So these pathways needs to be grounded in First Nation rights, laws, and knowledge systems. They need to create practical, culturally grounded stewardship frameworks that allows for both understanding, managing, and monitoring the impacts of glacier, ice, and seasonal snowpack laws, and developing effective adaptation measures. So those pathways must ensure long-term water resources to protect ecosystems, biodiversity, and contribute to nation-building goals. And something that is not usually included in formal research is the unique spiritual connection of First Nations with glaciers, waters, and territories, which is a fundamental aspect of Indigenous identity. That's something that we don't have information. So, for example, I am Peruvian, I'm coming from the Andes. We also have glaciers there. For us, those glaciers are apus, they're sacred entities. Each one has a name and a role in our territory. So the loss of those glaciers symbolizes a loss of our culture and heritage and identity for us. So research, data, management, central to effective climate resilience should be driven by First Nations or developed through genuine partnerships that employ a two-eyes-seeing approach and ensure OCAP principles or nation protocols. We need to ensure that nation protocols are respected when doing those research, for example. And also recognizing the potential for meaningful collaboration. And I don't want to speak on behalf of Dr. Joseph, but from our conversations, I know he's keen to work in partnership with First Nations. So I think there are opportunities for First Nations to partner with those, research organizations, universities that are already doing some work on this. So for BCAFN, we are discussing this very, I don't want to say depressing, but it's a little bit depressing, topic, knowing that the glaciers will disappear. But we are in discussions since a few years ago, and we want to, support the nations, the right holders, in line with our mandates. So thank you for listen to us, and I will pass over Harold. We are here in case you have any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Microphone 25.
Haichka, Aiskwell, and Tapaklawitsa, Tanihiwak likes, and good day. Thank you so much for the presentation. Not so much a question, but more a specific comment. As I'm chief of likes, and our creation story has us at Awaksan Island, which today is referred to as Valdez. We have one of the largest Coast Salish clam gardens, over 20 kilometers long, in the Coast Salish world. And our biggest concern about glacier melting is the rising of sea levels and the erasure of foreshore for our island, as well as a lot of the protective features that enable us to do the kind of harvesting that we like to do, including eelgrass and those kinds of things. So just wanted to support what you've presented here, but also just offer like a real experience that we're having right now, not just with the glacier melting, but with the increased vessel traffic and the increase of wake in the water that is contributing to erosion of the foreshore, and the huge impacts that has as an island community to the very cultural things that are significant to our community. So appreciate the work, and I struggle right now after hearing this presentation on what we can do as an island community to protect the things that I just described with the inevitability of the rising water. So I don't know if you have anything to offer there, but just wanted to give that real life experience. Haichka.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other questions, I'll ask you once again to join with me in thanking Dr. Joseph Shea from University of Northern British Columbia for joining us and sharing that excellent, the video progressions is always so striking for us who aren't involved in the science of it, so appreciate that, and Patricia for that presentation. Couple of quick updates. We do have a resolution related to this. So I'll move to that in a second. I do have some lost and found that were, I think, purchased in the vendors area and then left behind. So apparently we're on the honor system, because otherwise I'll claim it myself. But we do have those. I'll turn your attention to, so I do have resolution 2, and you'll see that on the agenda. I'm hoping to entice you with the spinning wheel of fortune draw for a $1,000 air flight certificate to stay a little longer to put in a few additional resolutions. There are 3 that are reaffirming ongoing work, and so it's not something new, which is like if you look at 14, it's a new initiative. So I'll try to get through those theoretically quickly. Resolution number 2, support for First Nations-led glaciers, snowpack, and water security initiative, moved by Chief Francis Lassis, President, and Chief Don Sam, who is present. On this one, you have it in the package as well. So First Nations of British Columbia are on the frontiers of the front lines of climate emergency. They've noted the massive numbers of glaciers you have here that are significantly affected by climate change. It does remind us that this is what's called the Decade of Action on Cryospheric Science, and cryospheric science is in fact the study of all frozen water on Earth. So it's about 10% of the water on land is covered in that, and so of course glaciers, one piece of that study. Current initiatives often fail to meaningfully engage First Nations, and the United Nations Declaration, of course, supports our participation and our position on that. Glaciers and headwaters, as many of you have spoken to previously, hold spiritual, cultural, and ecological significance for First Nations in BC, and there's an urgent need for a First Nations-led, rights-based approach. And then, of course, the First Nations Climate Strategy and Action Plan that has a pathway on land and water protection specifically speaks to this, and particularly to the seeking the recognition of the First Nations water governance rights and authority. And so therefore be it resolved If I can move to that, BCAFN chiefs declare their support for the United Nations Decade of Action for Cryospheric Science and call on the federal and provincial governments to increase global efforts in alignment with the United Nations by strengthening international cooperation and allocating financial resources to expand and support First Nations-led research initiatives, monitoring systems, and mitigation actions focused on glaciers and snowpack loss and resulting impacts on long-term water availability, biodiversity, food security, First Nations cultural and spirituality, and the rights and responsibilities of First Nations in BC. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly mandate BCAFN to work with interested First Nations of British Columbia and domestic and/or international like-minded organizations to explore, develop, and advance a First Nations-led glaciers snowpack and water security initiative aimed to enhance or develop First Nations stewardship frameworks for glaciers and fresh water, including data collection, monitoring systems, and policy reform to ensure resilience against the short and long-term impacts from glaciers, ice, and snowpack loss, and strengthen collaboration between First Nations and Indigenous peoples worldwide affected by glacier retreat to share knowledge, data, and best practices while advocating for meaningful global efforts to combat climate change. And 3, BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the federal and provincial government, universities, and non-governmental organizations to meaningfully engage First Nations to uphold rights, knowledge, and governance systems when doing cryospheric-related research and/or policy development, and to establish partnerships with rights holders when conducting projects in their territories. I look to the mover and seconder to see if there's a need for any comment. Microphone 14.
Hi. Chief Francis Lassise from SCA. I'll move that. Yeah,
thank you. Chief Sam, good. With that then, having been read into the record, is there a need for discussion of the resolution? Microphone 11.
Lease band, Chief Quarter Band, 2 friendly amendments to the resolution. Just on the first, therefore be it resolved. It states, and allocating financial resources to expand and support First Nations-led research initiatives. Can we add in annually?
Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay. Added.
Second amendment on number 3, right at the very end. Development and establishment partnerships with right holders when conducting projects in their unceded territories.
Okay. Good, good. All right. Thank you very much. Is there a need for further discussion of the resolution as amended? Seeing none, either in the room or online, and hearing the question called, is there any objection to this resolution? Any objection? Seeing none, any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing none, this resolution is adopted. Resolution 2 adopted by acclamation and unanimous consent. Thank you very much. If I could, I'll ask you to turn your attention to Resolution 11 in the package. It follows on the theme of the environmental discussions that we are having here. Renewed commitment to reforming the Environmental Assessment Act, moved by Chief Cherry Jack present. I do need a seconder for the resolution. May I have a seconder for the resolution? Chief Gabriel here. Thank you very much. The resolution before you reminds us of the work since 2019 to review the Environmental Assessment Act, and which began in 2024 under the Environmental Assessment Office. It's looking to evaluate whether the Environmental Assessment Act is meeting the purposes of promoting sustainability and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in the province of BC and is consistent with the UN Declaration itself. And it reminds us that DRIPA and the Interpretation Act in BC require that legislative alignment for that. It does talk to the work and the mandates that BCAFN has passed through various resolutions regarding that, and then refers to the impact that the recent efforts to fast-track legislation around major projects in BC, the Renewable Energy Project Streamlined Permitting Act, Bill 14, and the Infrastructure Project Act, Bill 15, being put in place, and the work, let's call it the elements of the your resolution to call for that immediate repeal, and the elements of the advocacy strategy. You'll see that in whereas I, or J, excuse me. So having done all that, moving to the therefore be it resolves, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly reaffirms the provincial government's legislative obligations to undertake a 5-year review process of the Environmental Assessment Act that must ensure First Nations' inherent title rights and treaty rights are respected and upheld in full alignment with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and Section 8.1 of the Interpretation Act. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the Regional Chief and BCAFN staff, working with First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, jointly as the First Nations Leadership Council, to continue monitoring and engaging with the Environmental Assessment Office to ensure that any amendments and regulatory developments to the EAA are aligned with the UN Declaration and uphold progress and uphold process that respects free, prior, and informed consent and consultation and cooperation mechanisms. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the Government of BC to provide adequate funding, meaningfully engage with the rights and title holders in ensuring fast-tracking legislation and related regulatory, policy, and legislative development or reform are aligned with the UN Declaration Act, and Section 8.1 of the Interpretation Act. I look to the mover and seconder to see if there's any need for discussion of this resolution. Seeing none, then I look to see if there's a need for any comment or question on the resolution from the floor. Microphone 25.
Shannon Thomas, Hereditary Chief of Laxon First Nation. Appreciate the resolution. And I don't know how to amend it because my resolution package, I got the crap package, so I don't have the actual proper resolutions in my package, so I didn't have time to properly review. But just to note that we shouldn't accept the alignment of the EAO processes with Canada and British Columbia in the absence of the Indigenous-led assessment. And I think the Indigenous-led assessment work that we're doing in our communities should be held at the same level as the provincial and the federal environmental assessment processes, and that should be part of that MOU. It should be a 3-piece MOU with Canada, British Columbia, and First Nations when it comes to environmental assessment. That's just my observation. I don't know how to correct it, and I'm in favor of this resolution, but I just don't want us to lose sight of Indigenous-led assessment and its importance in our communities and our work. HCAP.
Thank you very much, Chief. Often when we're in that situation, it really sounds like good implementation advice. So sort of take it in terms of how the resolution is implemented, and perhaps often it leads to a letter, and so the wording of the letter can really emphasize that, and I'll look to the staff to have captured that. Okay. Is there a need for further discussion? And also I'll look to the staff to make sure, I think they're on their way to make sure that you get the proper copy. All right, any need for any further discussion? Seeing none, let us call the question. Any objections to this resolution? Noting the implementation advice. Any objections? Seeing or hearing none. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, with your permission, then we'll say Resolution 11, renewed commitment to reforming the Environmental Assessment Act, is approved by unanimous consent. Please turn your attention to Resolution 13. Am I already on 13? Or 11? 12, sorry. Protections for the cultural heritage and ancestral remains on private property in the Heritage Conservation Act, moved by Cookby Roseanne Casimir. I will need a seconder for this resolution. Chief Terry Jack, thank you very much. So it notes, again, in your package, but it does note that the existing Heritage Conservation Act and the associated management regime does not recognize Aboriginal title and rights, nor adequately address the needs and interests of First Nations as it relates to their cultural heritage and resources. It notes, again, the support of the UN Declaration and the ongoing work mandated by BCAFN resolutions and led by First Nations such as Tecumseh. And so therefore, that will move to the therefore be it resolves. Therefore be it resolved, 1, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly reminds the province of British Columbia of its obligations to reform the Heritage Conservation Act in a manner that fully aligns with the UN Declaration, including obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent of First Nations before adopting legislative changes that affect their rights. And 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls upon the province to work collaboratively with First Nations to develop a solutions-focused framework in the HCA Heritage Conservation Act updates, including explicit provision for the protection and management of Indigenous cultural heritage on privately owned land, the repatriation of ceremonial care of ancestral remains, and financial assistance to First Nations and private landholders to support the necessary work of identifying and protecting and repatriating cultural heritage and ancestral remains found on private land. Look to the movers and seconders, see if there's a need for a comment on the resolution. Microphone 29.
Cookby Roseanne Casimir, Tecumseh. Just that I'm supporting this here resolution, moving forward. I know that there was a lot of media coverage in regards to private property and cultural heritage, but also the gaps that are within the HCA. And this year resolution, I did bring forth at the UBCIC, and it was carried unanimously, so it's mirrored. And, what I also want to just remind is that, what I've been sharing with others that are non-Indigenous is that we've been here since time immemorial, and any kind of development, as that's continuing, protecting our cultural heritage, it's a shared responsibility, but also respecting, our history, but also our cultural protocols is really critical, especially when human remains are involved, and that is a part of us living together. So I just wanted to really amplify that. And, and again, I thank all the Cookies and chiefs that are here, but also online to support this resolution. Cooksham.
Thank you very much. Is there a need for further comment on the resolution? Is there a need for further comment on the resolution? Microphone 19.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you, Chiefs, for putting this out there. I didn't go over the whole thing, but I'm wondering, it's mentioned in there the repatriation of ancestral remains, things. But I'm wondering, quite often the resting places of our ancestors are desecrated without any knowledge, and I'm wondering if there are places that we know of that are resting places of our ancestors. If we could look at preservation rather than repatriation, but the preservation of the site itself. And I'm not sure if that's captured in the whereases or if it's anywhere in there, but I'm just hoping that that's something that can be considered, if not in this, then in the future. Thanks.
And again, you're not proposing an amendment to the resolution. You're just noting that that's an additional consideration when remains are found and objects are found on private property. Yes. Correct?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. With that, is there a need for any further comment or discussion of the resolution? Seeing or hearing none, let us call the question. Are there any objections to this resolution? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, are there any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, draft resolution 12 is adopted by unanimous consent. I'll ask you to turn quickly to draft resolution 13, our final resolution for today before the spinning wheel of fortune. Endorsement of the FNLC, First Nations Leadership Council, and the First Nations Housing and Infrastructure Council's 2025 Housing Forum What We Heard report. And you'll just note in there that it basically describes the long-standing mandated work you've had in your position on housing as a right here in British Columbia. Mentions the September 16 and 17 FNLC and FNHIC gathering where 350 leaders, chiefs, leaders, and housing technicians and community members gathered, and this is the report in and of itself. So with your permission, I will dispense, given that it's in the package and that it is a endorsement of a report of that meeting, I will ask your permission to dispense with the reading into the record of the 12 points in the full page of therefore be it resolves, and just describe in summary what it says. Resolution 1326, endorsement of the FNLC, FNHIC 2025 Housing Forum, What We Heard report, endorses the 2025 FNLC, FNHC What We Heard report and its 65 recommendations, calls on Canada to shift it to long-term investment style housing funding, honor fiduciary obligations on infrastructure gaps, and include First Nations in designing new entities like Build Canada Homes, calls on BC to prioritize infrastructure readiness and on municipalities to formalize shared decision-making with First Nations. May I have a mover and a seconder for this resolution? Mark Fontaine.
Move Nicholas Peterson, Chief of Lower Nickel Indian Band.
Thank you, Chief Peterson. Seconder? Cook B. Casimir. Thank you very much. Would the mover and seconder like to speak to the resolution at all? It's housing, and it's a report on the meeting we were at. With that, is there a need for further discussion of the resolution to endorse the report? Seeing or hearing none, let us call the question. Any objections? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, draft resolution 13, endorsement of the FNLC, FNHIC 2025 Housing Forum, What We Heard report is adopted by acclamation. With that, I'll look to the staff to cue up the spinning wheel of fun. And just remind you all that we're concluded after that, and we reconvene here at 9 a.m. And tomorrow, I do want to encourage everybody to go to see the vendors on your way back. And tomorrow, we're going to set up a bit of a prize draw for everybody who buys something from the vendors. We'll have a prize draw at the end of the day. Vanessa? I'll just go Vanna for short. Chief Gabriel. Could be more appropriate. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you. Let us take a little bit more of your time. Please enjoy your evening, and we will see you back here for breakfast and a 9 o'clock start. A small serving platter. So if you bought those earlier today, we do have them available. I shall leave them with the staff.